Chapter 5087. The group of people flew down the mountain peak. When they arrived at the bottom of the mountain peak, they were stunned, because they discovered that there were more people rushing over from afar. The auras of these people were very terrifying, and there were quite a few of them. It seemed that they should be a terrifying force. The leader was a short-haired man. After he arrived, he frowned and stared at Lin Xian and the other two. "Who are you people?" he asked coldly. The toad snorted coldly. "Who are you people? We were the first to discover this place." As soon as he said that, the people on the other side all pulled out their swords. Could it be that the secret was discovered by them? If that was the case, then they couldn't let them live. The short-haired man in the lead waved his hand and said, "Your faces are very unfamiliar. You shouldn't be from this area, right? I'll give you a chance. Quickly disappear from my sight, and I can spare your lives." Otherwise, he didn't continue speaking, but an extremely cold light appeared in his eyes. That was the power of thunder and lightning. It was extremely terrifying. This short-haired man's origin was extremely extraordinary. He was from the Thunder Clan and had mastered the Thunder Tao. Moreover, his bloodline was very terrifying. It was said that when he was born, he was accompanied by a thundercloud. The people of the Thunder Clan thought that this was a phenomenon of heaven and earth and that he would shine in the future. Therefore, the Thunder Clan's patriarch personally gave him the name Lei Yin. Lei Yun had displayed powerful talent since he was young. He could control terrifying thunder at a young age. It was not a problem for him to fight those of a higher level. There were very few people of the same level who were his match. He grew up just like that. He had never been defeated and became a top genius of his generation. At this moment, his eyes were emitting thunder. In his opinion, the three people in front of him would definitely kneel down obediently and leave, because the other party couldn't withstand the power of his thunder at all. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Was the other party threatening him? The other party's eyes were filled with thunder. Did they want him to submit and kneel? Humph! A trace of golden light appeared in his eyes, and with the power of reincarnation, he also charged over. It collided with the other party's thunder. In an instant, a large crack was torn in the void. Lei Yun's expression changed. He realized that the other party didn't kneel down. Instead, they attacked him. The other party's murderous gaze made his soul shake. He roared angrily and wanted to retaliate, but he realized that the other party's soul was more terrifying than he had imagined. The power contained in that gaze was like 100,000 mountains, causing him to crumble. Bang! A low voice rang out. Lei Yun quickly retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a bloody light appeared in his eyes. What's going on? The faces of the people behind him changed greatly, and they hurriedly supported him. "You're hurt. Damn it, you dare to make a move?" They roared crazily as they stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. They knew Lei Yun's strength. Could it be that he was careless? Lei Yun's face turned even uglier. How could this be? How could the other party injure him so easily? Damn it! Who was the other party? One had to know that he was the top genius of the Thundercloud tribe and had never been defeated. Although he was careless before, it was impossible for him to lose so miserably. "Who are you?" He also looked forward and roared crazily. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Disappear from my sight and I won't kill you." "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you know who we are? Do you know who the person you've injured is?" Their eyes were filled with terrifying, killing intent. "No matter who you are, get lost." Lin Xian looked ahead disdainfully. He had already been crowned king. So how could he be afraid of these people? Even if he was in a different continent, he would still be an unparalleled expert. He didn't need to be polite to anyone. The Crimson Dragon also walked over and said, "What? Could it be that you also know about the existence of the jade vein under this mountain?" The toad snorted coldly. "Don't even think about it. The jade vein is ours. Get lost." The pupils of the Lei Dong tribe shrank. Damn it, these people actually knew about the jade vein. They couldn't let them live. Lei Dong swallowed a pill to suppress his injuries. Then he said, "Everyone, let's do it." The news here must not be spread out. These people would not be able to leave this place alive. The surrounding people nodded after hearing this. They split up and fought in all directions. They sealed all the paths. "Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can contend against us?" A middle-aged man walked out. There were endless thunder snakes circling around his body. It was abnormally terrifying. "How dare you offend our Lei Dong tribe? We won't kill you easily. We'll let you die in despair." Another old man walked out. He held a thunder blade in his hand, releasing a biting cold aura. The others all used their supernatural powers and phenomena, freezing between heaven and earth. The terrifying thunder aura carried a violent and destructive power. It was as if it wanted to tear Lin Xian and the others apart. There were still some people searching for opportunities in this mountain range, such as looking for spiritual herbs. At this moment, they felt that there was a terrifying thunder power emerging from this mountain peak. They thought that a treasure of heaven and earth had appeared. They all came over to investigate. However, when they saw one after another, powerhouses like the Thunder God, they were all stunned. It was the Lei Dong tribe. "Leave quickly." These people hurriedly retreated. What was the Thunder Dragon tribe doing here? They seemed to have surrounded a few figures. Heavens! Someone dared to attack the Lei Dong tribe? Did they have a death wish? In front, 12 powerhouses surrounded Lin Xian and the other two. The Lei Dong tribe was extremely confident. In their opinion, 6 powerhouses were enough to deal with the other party. They went all out only because they were angry. "You want to attack me?" Lin Xian laughed. "I advise you not to do this. Because if you attack me, you'll end up very badly. Stupid thing, are you living in a dream? Do you think the 3 of you can fight against us?" Ha! They laughed proudly. The people in the distance were also frightened. There were even 2 figures standing on the mountain peak in the distance. The 2 silhouettes were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The 2 of them looked ahead and frowned slightly. The Lei Dong tribe was too much. They had no choice. The Lei Dong tribe was also an overlord in this place. How could they care about the 3 of them? They just didn't know who these 3 people were. They were so reckless. There would always be people who were blind. There was no need to pay attention to this battle. The man held a folding fan in his hand and shook his head slightly. Lei Yun, who was in front, shouted angrily, "Cut the crap. Take him down. I want to torture him to death bit by bit." As his order fell, the people in front attacked. The first middle-aged man waved his hand and thousands of lightning snakes flew out. The second old man sneered and slashed out with his saber. Chapter 5088. These 2 people's attacks both charged toward Lin Xian. In their view, this attack was enough to seriously injure the other party. As for the others, some people attacked the Crimson Dragon and the Toad. Looking at the divine abilities rushing over, Lin Xian sneered. He formed a seal with his palm. Endless golden light appeared in his palm. Fearless lion seal. A golden lion rushed forward, pouncing toward the 2 great divine abilities. "Useless brat, who do you think you are? Can you contend with us?" The 2 people sneered. The fearless lion collided with the terrifying lightning, emitting a sky-shaking sound. Tens of millions of lightning snakes were smashed into pieces in an instant. At the same time, that blade light was also sent flying by the fearless lion. How was this possible? The pupils of the 2 Thunderclap clan powerhouses constricted fiercely. The other party's divine ability was so powerful. It seemed that they underestimated this brat. This guy was actually a top genius. Thunderclap's pupils constricted even more fiercely. He roared angrily, "Stop watching the show for me. Attack with all your might." I must obtain this divine ability. He was very tempted by this fearless lion seal. The other people also attacked one after another. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He executed Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly disappeared. Those people's attacks hit the void. When Lin Xian appeared, he already arrived beside the first middle-aged man. Go to hell! The middle-aged man waved his hand, turning into endless lightning snakes that surged out. Those lightning snakes had the power to pierce through everything, but they only hit Lin Xian's afterimage. A sword light appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He waved it lightly, instantly splitting open the other party's glabella. Azura sword art. The first sword. The middle-aged man's body trembled. He let out an unwilling roar. What kind of sword was this? It actually split open his soul in an instant. His body fell down and fell to the ground. Was he dead? The surrounding people were stunned, not daring to believe it. The other party instantly killed a powerhouse on their side with one sword. What kind of sword technique was this? This kid was too strange, right? Strange movement technique, superb sword technique. Who exactly was the other party? Kill. They charged over once again. Lin Xian once again used Shadowless Heaven's net to dodge these attacks. Then he walked up to the second old man. It was also the Azura sword art. The old man was scared out of his wits. He roared furiously and unleashed the full power of the Thunderblade in his hand, cleaving heaven and earth. This saber strike could shatter heaven and earth. However, it was still useless. The Azura sword art was a sure-kill technique, a great emperor's technique. Its speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the opponent's head. The second old man fell to the ground, bleeding from his forehead. Did one of them die? The others couldn't believe it. Lei Yin was also stunned. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and Toad also attacked. The Crimson Dragon was very strong, and its dragon claw sent a powerhouse flying. The Toad even released poison and injured a person. However, there were too many of them, and all of them were experts. In an instant, they were surrounded. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Then, I'll show you my newest power. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding ground cracked open, and countless rays of light appeared. Those were the rays of jade, and they turned into a jade dragon that charged forward. The power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, 3 people were sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The Toad also roared furiously. Little White, come and help me. I'll release poison, you do it. Little White ate spirit fruits while appearing and disappearing unpredictably, directly knocking the 3 of them unconscious. The 3 of them fell into a state of dizziness. The Toad released poison, and their bodies began to rot as they screamed miserably. The people of the Thunder Clan were beaten up by Lin Xian and the other 2. In the blink of an eye, they were either dead or injured. Only Lei Yun was left. He looked ahead and trembled in fear. Impossible! How can you be so strong? He was really stunned. Who were these people? Lin Xian killed 2 sages with another sword strike. Then he looked ahead. I've said it before, I'm not someone you can provoke. I gave you a chance to leave before, but you didn't cherish it. Then don't blame me. No. Lei Yun roared crazily. You can't kill me. I'm the top genius of the Thunder Clan. If you kill me, my clan won't let you off. Oh, is that so? Threatening me. But unfortunately, I'm not afraid of threats. Lin Xian sneered and walked forward. Lei Yin suddenly raised his head, and a lightning rune appeared on his forehead. Go to hell! The rune released a ray of lightning. It was a red ray of light with the power of heavenly punishment, and it directly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have such an attack. Heavenly punishment was indeed a great threat to him, because he was a person abandoned by the heavens. However, there was a group of heavenly punishment, and now there was only one. Moreover, it was caused by the young man in front of him. Although it was dangerous to him, it wasn't fatal. He used Shadowless Heaven's net to dodge quickly, and at the same time he activated the heaven-devouring jar. A black vortex appeared and devoured the heavenly tribulation. How was that possible? How could he not die? Lei Yun knelt down completely. That attack just now was the strongest attack he could make in an instant by activating his bloodline. Previously, he had relied on this to kill an expert whose cultivation level was much higher than his. This was his greatest trump card. But now it was easily dodged by the other party. "Don't kill me." He knelt down, but he was sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Lin Xian's power was so terrifying that half of Lei Yun's body was split open. Then he was instantly killed by a sword, and the others were all dealt with. The people watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. What did they see? The incomparably terrifying Thunder Dong clan was actually annihilated by someone. This was too inconceivable. Were these people really all young people? The two people watching the battle from afar were also surprised. Oh, the tables had turned. It seemed that the Lei Dong clan had kicked an iron plate. The 12 people in front were all extremely terrifying existences among the great sages. However, they were mercilessly killed. This showed that Lin Xian and the others were far stronger than the other party. At this moment, they were even more shocked, because they realized that the handsome man in the lead was looking in their direction. There was a golden light in his eyes. The void around them instantly froze, and their souls also felt a huge suppression. The handsome man snorted coldly and closed his folding fan, and a force enveloped them. Then the two disappeared. Did they leave? Lin Xian retracted his gaze. The power of these two people was very strange. He ignored them and waved his hand, splitting the mountain peak. Below, endless rays of light flew out. It was a jade vein. At this moment, a small part of the jade vein had become dim. Previously, the Crimson Dragon used this power, which surprised Lin Xian. It could be seen that the Crimson Dragon used the power of the jade vein to form a jade dragon that swept in all directions. Didn't this mean that as long as there were enough spirit veins under the ground, the Crimson Dragon could be used infinitely? What a terrifying ultimate technique. It was stronger than the power of a formation. Chapter 5089. Lin Xian divided the remaining jade veins into 3 portions and gave them to the Crimson Dragon and the Toad. Let them cultivate. As for Little White, it didn't care about these at all. Little White only liked to eat spirit fruits of heaven and earth. Lin Xian's portion was kept by him. After entering the sword world, the jade vein turned into a jade dragon and crawled up. The light on it instantly dimmed. Fortunately, the surroundings of the Four Spirits Valley had already changed, so the power of the jade vein did not completely disappear. Not bad, kid. Did you find a spirit vein again? The 4 spirit beasts were overjoyed. What a strange power. Lin Xian waved his hand and used the void beast to bring the group away. After arriving at a safe place, he went in and absorbed the power of the jade vein. Later on, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad also came. They placed their jade veins into the sword world. After cultivating recently, they were incomparably shocked. Heavens, you actually have a world in your body. What kind of world is this? Why do I feel so primordial? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. The Toad also said, "What an ancient aura." Moreover, this world seemed to be dilapidated. Only this place was filled with vitality. Damn, the divine spring of life. The Toad looked ahead and directly flew over to the spring under the heavenly tree. However, it was blocked by a force. It wasn't Lin Xian who did it. Instead, it was a section of the heavenly tree's trunk that was blooming with light. It blocked everything. Fortunately, the Toad was one of them, so it was only bounced back. If it was an enemy, this attack would have been able to blast the enemy into a bloody mist. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that the divine spring of life fruit from before was powerful enough to restore some vitality to the withered, heavenly tree. However, it was too small. It was only a tree trunk. It was far from enough. He didn't know what kind of power this was. to be able to revive the entire heavenly tree. While they were cultivating here, the news outside had also spread. Those who were watching the battle from afar spread what they had seen. Everyone was shocked. 3 experts had joined forces to kill the 12 great sages of the Thunder Clan. Even young Master Raincloud had fallen. Heavens, who is it? Are those people very powerful? When they heard that most of the great sages had been killed, they were stunned. Heavens, it had been thousands of years since someone dared to challenge the Leidong clan. After receiving the news, the Leidong tribe roared madly. They sent even more experts and elders to investigate. However, he found that the person had already left. The entire jade vein had also disappeared. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. This time, their losses were really too great. Not only did he lose the jade vein, but he also lost a group of experts. More importantly, if this matter were to spread, they would lose face. Find them for me. I want to see who dares to go against my Thunder Dong clan. In a mountain stream, the waterfall was like a paradise on earth. Several beautiful women were resting and chatting here. At this moment, the void split open, and 2 figures quickly returned. You're back so soon? The beautiful woman in the mountain stream turned her head and looked over. The next moment, they were surprised because they found that the 2 of them seemed to be a little gloomy when they returned. What was going on? Why did the 2 of you look so gloomy? Could it be that you encountered some danger? These 2 people were the ones who secretly observed Lin Xian's battle. After the 2 of them returned, they told them what had happened. After hearing this, the few of them were surprised. Oh, such a terrifying expert has appeared? Which clan is he from? One of the beautiful women was astonished. Her face was a little serious. She asked, "Did you see clearly? Are they golden eyes? Also, what does that person look like? Qing Feng, why are you so nervous? Do you know him?" "Hurry up and tell me," Qing Feng asked. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be surprised because he knew this woman. Previously, in the ancient city, people from the Phoenix clan and the Heavenly Rock clan had come. The Phoenix clan's person was Qing Feng. The Heavenly Rock clan's person was Bai Li Fei. These 2 people had fought with Lin Xian before. The beautiful woman now was Qing Feng. In other words, these people were from the Phoenix clan. The 2 people from the Phoenix clan explained in detail. After hearing this, Qing Feng was also shocked. Is he here? Is it really him? Who is it? The surrounding people were curious. However, Qing Feng shook her head. She said, "You guys stay here. I have to go back first." Why was the other party not in the ancient city? Was he here for the Phoenix clan or for Morong Qingcheng? After Lin Xian and the other 2 walked out of the sword world, they felt refreshed. It seemed that their strength was stronger than before. However, there was still a long way to go before they could break through to the Great Sage Realm. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He knew that he would have to stay on this continent for a period of time. Maybe one day an opportunity would come. He would be able to break through in one go. After flying for 5 days, they found a huge city in front of them. They landed. Walking into the city, they found that it was similar to the Yaoguang continent. There were many genius experts and there were even many great sages. It seemed that the difference in strength between the buried Emperor Star was not very big. After this, Lin Xian and the others heard a piece of news, because the entire city was talking about it. Have you heard? This gathering was initiated by the Tianpeng clan. They invited the Phoenix clan, the other desolate ancient clans, and the great sections. It could be said that this was the most eye-catching gathering. I heard that the top geniuses of the Tianpeng clan will be there. I wonder if Bailiwick will be there? Nonsense. This gathering was initiated by him. As the most dazzling genius of the Tianpeng clan, how could he be absent? Moreover, I know that this gathering is specially to invite the genius of the Phoenix clan. Are you talking about Morong Qingcheng? I heard that she joined the Phoenix clan halfway. Why is her status so high? One after another, voices of discussion sounded. After Lin Xian and the others heard this, they narrowed their eyes. They did not expect that there would be news of the Phoenix clan so soon. Previously, when the savage ancestor asked him to choose a continent to teleport to, Lin Xian asked where the Phoenix clan was, because he felt that it was definitely related to Morong Qingqing. It had been a long time since he had seen her. Su Cheng wanted to take this opportunity to meet her, so he came to the Alioth continent. He did not expect that not long after he arrived, he would hear news of the Phoenix clan. Moreover, it was news about Morong Qingqing. Greetings, everyone. Lin Xian walked over and said with a smile. The young people in front of him who were talking turned their heads and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Xian said, "I came from outside. I heard that there was a gathering here, but I don't know the exact location. I also want to see the genius of the Phoenix clan to fulfill a dream of mine." "Oh, I see. Well, you can come with us. We are also preparing to go." Chapter 5090. Sorry to disturb you. Lin Xian and the others sat with these people. They were all young people, and they were all geniuses from the great families. Moreover, they were all genius disciples of large clans. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to talk about the Phoenix clan. "Brother, how should I address you?" a man in white asked. The other women also blinked curiously because they realized that Lin Xian was very handsome. However, that was all. At their level, the most important thing was to consider strength. "My name is Lin Xian, and these are my two friends." Lin Xian and the others greeted them. These people nodded after hearing. They didn't care too much. After all, this was the Yuhan continent, and they were more concerned about the experts and geniuses of this continent. For example, the experts of the Phoenix clan and the Tianpeng clan. Although the news of Lin Xian being crowned king had spread throughout the 8 desolates, that fame belonged to Lin Wudi. As for Lin Xian's real name, not many people knew about it. Lin Xian didn't care about it. This could save him a lot of trouble. At least, if the enemy wanted to investigate him, they wouldn't know where he was. Lin Xian also knew about these people. There were a total of 5 people. 2 of them were from the Great Sects, and the other 3 were from the Clan of the Ancients. They were the Earth Spirit Clan and the Golden Armor Clan. The leader of the Earth Spirit Clan was called Bei Yi, and the leader of the Golden Armor Clan was called Jia Luo. The group was familiar with each other. Bei Yi said, Brother Lin, there's still a month before the banquet. However, we have to leave in 3 days because it's quite far from here." Lin Xian nodded and said, "No problem. Brother Bei, you can decide." 3 days later, they set off in a war chariot and flew into the distance. After flying for about 20 days, they finally stopped. There was a sealed enchantment in front of them, and it formed a space of its own. Bei Yi said, "This is our destination. The territory in front belongs to the Tianpeng clan, and it has an extremely strong seal. Ordinary people can't enter. Fortunately, we have invitations." Bei Yi and the others took out their invitations and walked in. After entering, it was like a celestial land. It was vast and filled with spirit qi. It looked like a paradise on earth. Lin Xian and the others felt refreshed. The Heavenly Peng clan was indeed extraordinary. Although they weren't from the Monarch clan, they were still considered top-notch existences among the clans of the ancients. After entering, Lin Xian and the others could hear all sorts of discussions regarding the heavenly rock race, especially the legend of Flawless 100 Miles. Although the Sky Rock race wasn't an emperor race, Prince Bailey was too strong. He was definitely a revered great emperor. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a great emperor. That was for sure. It would be even more perfect if he could marry the fatally beautiful fairy of the Phoenix clan. The surrounding martialists were full of envy at the thought of the fatally beautiful fairy. To be able to marry such a beauty, he could die without regrets. As for those beautiful fairies, their faces are filled with jealousy. If only I could marry young Master Wu Kei, how good would that be? Don't even think about it. You guys have no chance. Someone said. There were also people who asked, why did I hear that Princess Ching seemed unwilling? What do you know? In my opinion, that Morong Ching is too stupid. She thinks that she can be high and mighty just because she's from the Phoenix clan. It's her fortune that young Master Wu Kei has taken a fancy to her. The one who said that was also a little princess. She seemed to be very angry. She said, the Sky Rock race is an existence that can slay dragons. No matter how strong the Phoenix clan is, they can't be that much stronger. Isn't it just an additional extreme weapon? Other than that, I don't think there's much of a difference. As soon as she said that, the Crimson Dragon was displeased. He originally wanted to find out more information, but at this moment he snorted coldly. How dare they slay a dragon? Aren't they afraid of being torn apart by a dragon? Also, who does that Wuk think he is? How dare he marry Ching? Is he even worthy? As soon as this voice was heard, the surrounding people were stunned. They all turned their heads to look. Damn, who is it? He's so reckless. A crawling snake? No, it's the aura of the Tao of Dragons. He's from the dragon race. No wonder. The Sky Rock race and the dragon race seem to have a grudge, right? The dragon race is powerful, but in ancient times, the Sky Rock race also produced peerless experts. They once swept through the 8 desolates. At that time, a conflict broke out between the Sky Rock race and the dragon race, and there was even a story about the Sky Rock race. Later on, it evolved into the Sky Rock slaying dragon. It made people think that the Sky Rock race was above the dragon race. At that time, the dragon race was very angry because of this and started countless battles with the Sky Rock race. Later on, a great emperor appeared in the dragon race and swept across the universe. Only then did they stand at the peak of the universe. However, the Sky Rock race was not destroyed. They were just suppressed by the dragon race. From this, it could be seen that the Sky Rock race was also incomparably powerful. They only lacked a great emperor. Someone sneered, the dragon race dares to come here? Aren't they afraid of being stewed by the Sky Rock race? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Let's see who dares to make a move against Ben Huang. Lin Xian and the others also walked over and looked around. He advised, all right, Rizalong, be quiet. We'll talk when the time comes. Right now, he didn't want to attract attention. He would talk about it when Morong Ching came. The Crimson Dragon said, all right, then I'll let the Sky Rock race go first. At that time, when that little girl Morong came, he would teach them a lesson. As for the Sky Rock race wanting to marry Morong Ching, it was a joke. Even if he was given 10,000 years, he wouldn't succeed. If he didn't succeed, would you succeed? Some people were angry and couldn't stand it anymore. They felt that this dragon was too hateful. He actually dared to look down on young Master Wuk. The Crimson Dragon sneered, I can't, but my brother can. He pointed at Lin Xian. The surrounding people all looked over. This guy looks quite handsome. But what's the use of being handsome? If he met young Master Wuk, he would probably be slapped to death. Not only that, I feel that young Master Wuk can kill him with a single glance. That's for sure. Who is young Master Wuk? He is the #1 young person in the Sky Rock race. He also has the talent of a young great emperor. He is an existence that can compete with the emperor. Such an ant is not a match for young Master Wuk. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad still wanted to make a move. Lin Xian held the 2 of them down and said, let's go. He brought the 2 of them back. Bai Yi and the others walked over and said, brother, don't be depressed. It's not that they are looking down on you. It's that young Master Wuk is really too powerful. He is an existence that all of us look up to. That's right. Only those emperor's sons can compete with young Master Wuk. For example, the Dragon Prince of the Dragon race, the Kuan Peng of the Kuan Peng race, the Qilin Sun and the Empress of the Phoenix race. Oh right, have you heard? News came from Holy Abyss Ancient City that another person was crowned king, competing with the Dragon Prince. I know the person you're talking about. His name is Linwoody, right? He is also one. I heard that he is very powerful. Not only was he crowned king, but he also injured the dragon prince. Many people were surprised. Some people said that it was impossible. Perhaps the distance was too far, and the news was too exaggerated. Some people said that one day we will go to Holy Abyss, ancient city, and see with our own eyes what kind of god Linwoody is. Chapter 5091. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression became extremely strange, because the Linwoody that these people admired was him. What kind of expression would these people have if they knew? These people came from afar. At this moment, a few figures walked over. The leader was a tall man surrounded by lightning and was abnormally terrifying. When Lin Xian saw this person, he narrowed his eyes because he had encountered this person's aura before. Were the people of the Thunder Clan here to look for him? The Crimson Dragon was also nervous. They were ready to attack at any time. But what surprised them was that the other party was not here to look for him. The tall man in front looked at Lin Xian and the others. However, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were quickly ignored by him. He stared at the two women from the Earth Spirit clan, and a smile appeared on his face. New faces, not bad looking. Lei Shan was very satisfied. They could be his cultivation vessels. He said, I am Lei Shan of the Thunder Clan. How should I address you? Hearing this, the people of the Earth Spirit clan and Golden Armor sect were surprised. The Thunder Clan was very famous in this area. They were good at lightning and were fast. Their strength was terrifying. More importantly, the Thunder Clan seemed to be in an alliance with the Tianpeng clan. Therefore, his identity was not ordinary and surpassed them. Bei Yi hurriedly said, We are from the Earth Spirit clan. These are my two sisters. The Golden Armor sect also introduced them. At the same time, he pointed at Lin Xian and the others and said, This is Lin Gongzi and his friend. We met on the road. Lei Shan glanced at Lin Xian and the others and ignored them. He said, Please come in. Especially when he came to Bei Yi and said with a smile, How should I address these two fairies? You are too polite. I am Xiao Xian, and this is my sister Xiao Yu. It must be your first time here. I will show you around. Thank you. Bei Yi also bowed respectfully. If they could establish a good relationship with the Thunder Clan, it would be very good for their clan. The group of people walked forward. Along the way, many people greeted and bowed to Lei Shan. These people shocked Bei Yi and the others. It seemed like Lei Shan's identity and strength were much more terrifying than they had imagined. The two women from the Earth Spirit clan also had stars in their eyes. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was good that they weren't here for them. As for the other party's goal, he couldn't be bothered to care. He was waiting to see Morong Qingqing. At this moment, Lei Shan stopped and said, I know a garden full of celestial flowers. Many of them were already extinct in the outside world, never to be seen again. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter this garden. But don't worry, with me here, I can definitely bring you in. When he said this, his eyes shone brightly. The members of the Earth Spirit clan and the Golden Armor Gate were also shocked. Although their identities were also extraordinary, they were still far from being comparable to the other party. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others were expressionless. This made the members of the Thunder Clan frown. Did these people not know how powerful they were? But forget it. There was no need to care about these ants. Lei Shan's main goal was to get the two fairies. There was a courtyard in front of them, and there were arrays flickering inside. The people outside couldn't enter at all, and the entrance of the courtyard was guarded by two guards. Some people wanted to go in, but they were blocked, and their faces turned ugly. Lei Shan arrived with his people and said a few words. The two guards quickly bowed and opened the door. Lei Shan and the others walked in, but when it came to Lin Xian and the others, they stopped. The two guards said, The three of you can't enter. What did they mean? The toad was instantly angered. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. Were they looking down on them? In front of them, the members of the Earth Spirit clan and the Golden Armor Gate frowned when they saw this. The members of the Golden Armor Gate said, "This is also our companion. Brother Lin is our friend," Bai said. But the two guards still didn't care. They could see that the people in front of them were all wearing precious sacred weapons. They could tell at a glance that their identities were extraordinary. But Lin Xian and the others were only wearing black robes and didn't even have a single weapon. People like them probably couldn't even take out saint artifacts, so what right did they have to enter the appreciation garden? Lei Shan stood in front of them, looking down at them from above. He sneered in his heart. He originally thought that these people looked calm and seemed to have some powerful trump card. But now it seemed that they were just a group of country bumpkins. The other party had never heard of his name. It was even possible that these people came from the mountains. They didn't know what top geniuses were like. They were lucky to have met Bai Yi and the others, so they could follow them in. Bai Yi looked at Lei Shan and said, "Young Master Lei, can you please help us?" The two women of the Earth Spirit clan also nodded at the side. Lei Shan said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He said to the two guards, "Let them in." Only then did the two guards feel relieved. The stars in the eyes of the two women of the Kirin clan became even brighter. This was the peerless genius in their hearts, an unparalleled powerhouse. One sentence was enough to settle everything. In their eyes, there was only Lei Shan left. After entering, they were even more surprised because they found that the appreciation garden was indeed filled with spirit flowers. Some of them were things they had never seen before and had only heard of in legends. Also, there were some people in the garden, but they were much fewer than outside. The status of those who came here was terrifying. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. What was there to be proud of? Wasn't it just a lousy garden? If Ben Huang wanted to come in, they could stop him. The Toad also gritted its teeth. That Thunder Clan was too arrogant, and it really wanted to slap him to death. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, think about it. He can't even see through our identities, so he's just an ant." Do you have to be angry with an ant? If you're really angry, then use your new skills and take away the spirit vein under the garden. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Good boy, I almost forgot. Next, I'll show you Ben Huang's skills." He sneered and began to walk around the garden. It seemed that he wanted to change the spirit vein under the ground. At this moment, the sound of a horn came from afar. At the same time, a voice was heard. The Phoenix clan had arrived. As soon as the voice was heard, countless people turned their heads. The people of the Phoenix clan had arrived. They knew that today's main character was the Phoenix clan, and this gathering was invited by the Tianpeng clan. Now that these people had finally arrived, they wondered if Morong Qingqing had come. Even Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was a little excited. Chapter 5092. In the distance, endless rays of light appeared, and the phantom of a phoenix soared into the 9 heavens. A group of people appeared in the illusory image. One of them was a woman dressed in purple, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. "Look, it's Morong Qingqing," the surrounding people exclaimed. One after another, the crowd glanced ahead. The warriors were stunned. So beautiful. Even the fairies and princesses were shocked. It was as if they paled in comparison to the other party. Allure. Lin Xian took a deep breath. As expected, the other party is here too. The people of the Phoenix clan were invited in. At this moment, a group of people from the Heavenly Rock clan also walked over. The leader was a man with a powerful aura and a handsome face. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. "Flawless Bailey, it's actually him." Countless cries of surprise rang out. He was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Rock clan, an existence that could compete with the Emperor. He was the one who initiated this gathering. His goal was to pursue Morong Qingqing. Soon these people were invited in. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian wanted to move, and the others also wanted to follow and take a look. At this moment, Lei Shan said, "Those fairies of the Phoenix clan, we don't have a chance, so don't think about it. However, I can introduce you to someone. He's a genius of the Heavenly Rock clan. With him taking care of you, it'll be much easier for you to do things in the future." As soon as these words were said, Bei Yi and the others were moved. Indeed, a genius like Morong Qingqing could only look at them from afar. It would be more practical to get to know a genius of the Heavenly Rock clan. Just you wait. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, he realized that Lin Xian and the others didn't pay attention to him at all. They walked straight outside. This made Lei Shan frown. "Stop, kid. Don't you understand what I said? I told you to wait here." Lin Xian said, "I'm not interested in the genius you're talking about. Are you still going to block my way? Not interested? You don't have the final say here." Lei Shan felt that he had lost face. How could an ant dare to be so arrogant in front of him? He snorted coldly. A few people from the Thunder clan walked over and said, "Kid, I advise you to stay here obediently. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out today." Bei Yi and the others left as well. They came over and said, "Brother Lin, just wait. It won't hurt to wait a little longer." Lin Xian said, "Brother Bei Yi, thank you for bringing me here. However, I do have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you." As he spoke, he led the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others forward again. "Let's see who dares to leave this place." Lei Shan shouted angrily as terrifying lightning burst out from his body. Those from the Lei Dong clan also pulled out their swords and sabers, preparing to attack. In the garden, the others frowned, but no one came to interfere. The expression of the guards outside changed, and they wanted to go in. At this time, they stopped and saw a few figures coming from outside the garden. Take the lead and make a decision. They hurriedly bowed and greeted young Master Fei. That man nodded and walked in. "Who dares to make a move in our Tianpeng clan? Are you tired of living?" A cold voice sounded, causing the expressions of the people in the garden to change. The genius of the Tianpeng clan had arrived. Lei Shan smiled and jogged over. "Brother Fei, you're here." "Brother Fei, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to break the rules. It's just that some people are too reckless. I'm prepared to teach them a lesson." As he spoke, he looked at Bei Yi and the others. He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and greet Brother Fei. Brother Fei is the genius of the Tianpeng clan. If you follow Brother Fei, I guarantee that you'll have a meteoric rise." Hearing this, Bei Yi, Jia Luo, and the others hurriedly bowed and greeted young Master Fei. The others also looked over, each of them with surprise and envy. However, there were 3 figures standing there unmoved. Seeing this scene, Bei Yi and the others whispered, "Brother Lin, hurry up and greet young Master Fei." They were all anxious. Jia Luo and the others shook their heads and sighed. This Brother Lin was a bit impulsive. "I'm afraid he won't have a good ending." Lei Shan's face instantly darkened. "Brat, do you want to die? Young Master Fei is here, and you dare to not greet him. Do you believe that I won't break your legs and make you kneel here?" Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. "How arrogant! If I bow to him, would he dare to accept it?" Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Could it be that this brat wants to challenge the Tianpeng clan? Lei Shan also sneered. What a reckless brat! It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. The Tianpeng clan would destroy him. He looked at Brother Fei, but he was stunned, because he realized that Brother Fei wasn't angry. Instead, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. In the next moment, he walked forward. "Lin Gongzi, it's you. Why are you here?" Lei Shan was stunned. He knew Bai Li Fei. This was too inconceivable. Wasn't he just an ant? How could he know such a person? Bei Yi and the others were also stunned. If Lin Xian knew Bai Li Fei, would he still need them to lead the way? They didn't understand. Lin Xian looked forward and laughed. "Looks like you're getting more and more impressive." Bai Li Fei's expression changed. He could indeed be impressive in front of others, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Lin Xian. However, he was still shocked. What are you doing here? Could it be that you want to ruin this gathering? He knew that the person Morong Qingcheng liked was Lin Xian, and the #1 genius of their clan was pursuing Morong Qingcheng. He definitely had a purpose for appearing at this time. He turned and wanted to leave. Lin Xian patted his shoulder and said, "Long time no see. Why don't you have a drink with me?" As he spoke, a trace of cold light appeared in his eyes. The golden light carried the runes of reincarnation and instantly surged into the other party's mind. Bai Li Fei's expression changed. The other party dared to attack him. He shouted angrily and wanted to block with all his strength. However, he realized that his soul was instantly suppressed. A reincarnation mountain released a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's voice sounded in his mind. "Since you know my identity, I have to take some measures. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to die, I won't make things difficult for you. During this gathering, I will control you first. After the gathering, your soul will recover." After saying that, Lin Xian patted the man's shoulder again. Bai Li Fei was shocked. During this time, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. But why was the gap between him and the other party getting bigger and bigger? He had lost to Lin Xian before, but now he couldn't even withstand a glance from Lin Xian. Then he realized that he couldn't control himself anymore. He couldn't even speak. As for Lin Xian's true identity, he couldn't report it to his clan. Lei Shan was also stunned. He didn't know why Bai Li Fei was so silent. However, Bai Li Fei's previous actions showed that he knew Lin Xian, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Lei Shan with a smile on his face. "Didn't you want me to kneel down? Didn't you want to show off in front of me?" Lei Shan's expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you trying to do?" Lin Xian sneered and secretly controlled Bai Li Fei. Bai Li Fei received the order, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He slapped Lei Shan's face. "Stupid thing! How dare you be so rude to Lin Gongzi? Do you want to die? Kneel down." As he spoke, he waved his hand and cut off Lei Shan's legs. Lei Shan fell to the ground and screamed crazily. He kept kowtowing. "Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life." The people from the Lei Dong clan were so scared that their scalps went numb. Bei Yi, Jia Luo, and the others were also shocked. This brother Lin with them actually had such an identity? It was too unbelievable. Chapter 5093. At this moment, the garden became lively again as a group of people walked in from outside. Leading the group was Bailey Wuck. Bailey Wuck said, "Qingcheng, I've specially built this garden for you. I've collected all the celestial flowers in the world, and one of them is very rare. It's called the Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. It's a rare flower that I've painstakingly obtained. I've specially made it for you to admire." The people of the Phoenix clan were also surprised. Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens? It was indeed a celestial flower in the legends. However, it hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that Bailey Wuck was really considerate. The eyes of some of the people of the Phoenix clan flickered. If Murong Qingchen could marry Bailey Wuck, that would be great as well. They would be able to win a powerful ally for the Phoenix clan. However, at this moment, Qingfeng sighed. She knew that it was impossible for her to do that. It was because of that person's existence. Moreover, that person had already grown up and was crowned as a king. "Qingcheng, follow me." The group of people entered the garden. When the people in the garden saw Morong Qingcheng, Bailey Wuck, the people of the Phoenix clan, and the Heavenly Rock clan, they were all surprised. They quickly went up to welcome them. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had wanted to meet them. He didn't expect them to come. Thinking of this, he walked forward. The people in front stopped. Bailey Wuck stood with his hands behind his back. He had a proud look on his face, apart from Morong Qingcheng. He didn't seem to smile at anyone. He accepted the worship of these people. On the other side, Morong Qingcheng was also expressionless. However, when she saw a figure, she was stunned. In the next moment, her eyes turned red. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up into a beautiful smile. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It was as if the world had lost its brilliance. Even the celestial flowers in the garden couldn't be compared to her smile. Even Bailey Wuck, who was standing on the side, was startled. He had never seen Morong Chingchin reveal such a sweet smile. Who was it because of? It was definitely not because of any genius. It should be because of the celestial flowers in the garden. Thinking of this, he also smiled. It seemed that the garden that he had carefully prepared this time had won her favor. He might be able to succeed in one fell swoop. However, at this time he was stunned because he found that the people in front of him had stopped at a certain distance and were worshipping it. However, there was only one person who continued to stride towards him. His brows furrowed tightly. Who was so rude? Was he courting death? The others were also stunned and raised their heads to look ahead. What's going on? Who was this kid? What was he trying to do? Lei Shan and the others were stunned as well. Their faces turned ugly. Even though he was extremely arrogant earlier before by Li Fei, he was like a lackey much less before Wuck. The other party could probably kill him with a single glance, but now? There was actually someone who dared to challenge Flawless Bailey. He could not believe it. Stop! At this moment, someone from the Heavenly Rock clan shouted angrily. However, Lin Xian did not stop at all. They were enraged. They drew their swords and sabers and were about to attack. Lin Xian shouted, "I finally meet you." Murong Qingqing also walked out and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Brother Xian. This scene stunned everyone, and even their eyeballs fell to the ground. What the heavens? What was going on? The legendary phoenix prodigy, Murong Qingqing, who was incomparably cold, did not even care about Flawless Bailey's pursuit. It made people think that she would only marry an emperor. But now, she actually threw herself into the arms of an unfamiliar young man. What was going on? Who was this young man? Could it be that he was an emperor from a great emperor's family? Flawless Bailey was also stunned. He could not believe that the goddess he had pursued for a long time had already been obtained by someone else. He felt like he was going crazy from anger. Moreover, this person was so unfamiliar. He did not feel any terrifying aura from him. It was even more impossible for him to be an emperor. That was because he had seen the portraits of those emperors. He always paid attention to their movements. There was definitely no such person. But why? Damn it! With a roar, heaven and earth shook. Many people's blood boiled and they vomited blood. Murong Qingqing also raised her head. She saw Flawless Bailey staring at Lin Xian with a pair of cold eyes. She immediately blocked in front of Lin Xian. She shouted coldly, "Flawless Bailey, what are you doing?" "Who is he?" Bailey Wujue asked coldly. His voice was abnormally cold, like 10,000-year-old ice. Even the members of the Phoenix clan were stunned. Qing Feng wanted to say something, but she was controlled by Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian's voice rang out, "During this time, I'll control you." After saying that, Qing Feng felt that her soul was out of control. She could not say a single word. Lin Xian walked out and said, "My name is Lin Xian. Qingqing is my woman." When these words came out, everyone went crazy. Murong Qingqing's man, Lin Xian. Damn it, who is this guy? How come I've never heard of him? Which mountain did he run out from? Why would Murong Qingqing like him? Angry shouts rang out one after another. Bailey Wujue did not dare to believe it. He roared, "Qingqing, tell me this is not real." Murong Qingqing shook her head. "This is real. I already told you I have a husband, but you didn't believe me." After saying that, she pulled Lin Xian's hand and said, "Brother Xian, let's go." The two of them ignored those people's gazes and walked out. At this time, Bailey Wuxuan shouted angrily, "Damn it, I carefully prepared the immortal flower for you, but you ignored it. What do you think I am?" Murong Qingqing stopped and said, "I never asked you to do anything. It's just your wishful thinking." Lin Xian also laughed. Oh, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Let me see, is it really the legendary Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens? You can't make it. I think you're just a liar. Someone like you dares to call yourself the #1 genius? After saying that, he gave the Crimson Dragon a look. The Crimson Dragon sneered twice, indicating that it understood. Bailey Wuck was angry. Damn it, not only did the other party take away the goddess he liked, but he even dared to challenge him. Stupid ant, what do you know? The people of the Tianpeng race also roared crazily. Today I'll open your eyes. I'll let you see what a real immortal flower is. As they spoke, they sent out a law. 10,000 flowers bloomed. Among the 10,000 flowers, the phantom of a phoenix soared into the sky. The phoenix's cry swept through the 9 heavens. Countless people looked up. Heavens, it really was the Phoenix Dance of the 9 heavens. The people of the Tianpeng race were proud. Did you see that? This was it. Before they could finish speaking, they were stunned, because they realized that something unbelievable had happened in front of them. The surrounding people were even more shocked and did not dare to believe it. Chapter 5094. They discovered that the legendary blooming of 10,000 flowers and Phoenix Dance of the 9 heavens were quickly disappearing. They even withered. What was going on? The people of the Tianpeng clan were all stunned. Why did this happen? These thoughts might have been carefully prepared by them, and they had spent endless effort to find them. Some of them had already disappeared outside, especially the most important Phoenix Dance of the 9 heavens. At this moment, they were also withered. Damn it, they wanted to create a formation to protect it, but it was useless. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sneered. What Phoenix Dance of the 9 heavens? It was just an illusion. Do you think you can fool everyone in the world? After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and all the flowers turned into ashes and disappeared. Let's go. He then left with Murong Qingcheng and the other 2. Countless people were stunned. Was this an illusion? However, the people of the Phoenix clan were shocked. There was no lack of experts among them, so they naturally knew that it couldn't be an illusion. How did the other party do it? The garden was protected by an extremely terrifying array formation. The other party was able to do it without a sound. This method was really amazing. The people of the Tianpeng clan shouted angrily and grabbed that kid. Bailey Wuck snorted coldly. No one had ever dared to challenge him. No one dared to slap his face in public. Now that this person had done it, he wouldn't let him go. However, when he looked in front of him, he realized that the other party had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, find him for me. They searched frantically. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng had already left through the spatial power of the Void Beast. They came to the other side. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were guarding. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng stood on the mountain peak, snuggling together and telling each other their experiences. Brother Xian, congratulations, you've finally been crowned. Murong Qingcheng raised his head and said with a smile. Lin Xian also said, the coronation wasn't the end. At least, they had to kill the Dragon Prince. You have to prepare well for this. As the Emperor's son and a member of the dragon race, the Dragon Prince's trump cards were too powerful. It would not be easy to kill him. Murong Qingcheng frowned. Lin Xian said, don't worry, it's already in the plan. But this time, other than cultivation, I have more important things to do. What is it? Murong Qingcheng was surprised. Lin Xian replied, of course it's to propose marriage to the Phoenix clan. When I'm not around, there are always some flies trying to get you. I'm here to tell the world that you're my woman. Murong Qingcheng's face blushed immediately after hearing his words. She nodded obediently. However, he seemed to have thought of something. The Phoenix race seemed to think highly of the Tianpeng race, so they joined hands to carry out this matter. Older brother Xian, you have to be careful if you want to go to the Phoenix clan. Lin Xian said that it was fine. By the way, how did you resolve your grudge with the Phoenix race? Didn't they want to kill you and take your bloodline? Murong Qingcheng said. It's a long story. The Jade Lake, Kunlun, and even the Queen Mother of the West worked together to form an alliance with the Phoenix race. The two sides formed an alliance. When necessary, the Jade Lake would use the desolate tower to help. Only then did the Phoenix race agree. Moreover, the Phoenix race also has a bloodline. The Supreme Elder accepted me as his disciple. Lin Xian understood after hearing this. In the following days, the two of them stayed together and were very happy. Outside, endless winds and clouds were stirring up. The proud daughter of the Phoenix race, Murong Qingqing, actually left with another man at the Tian Peng race's gathering. It directly slapped young Master Wuk's face. How could the Tian Peng race let it go? When this matter spread, countless people were in an uproar. Even the members of the Phoenix clan were stunned, and they all began to investigate. Who was the other party? However, there was no trace of the other party's background. They only knew that the other party seemed to be called Lin Xian. The people of the Phoenix race frowned. They had never heard of this name. Damn it, could it be an old friend of Qingqing's? Did he come from the origin planet? Humph, no matter where he came from, he's just an ant. How could he win against the genius of the Phoenix race? The Phoenix race was very dissatisfied. They were also frantically searching. However, they still could not find the two people. Just as they were going crazy, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked out of the real world. Lin Xian said, "Let's go to the Phoenix race." The two of them flew toward the Phoenix race. When they arrived, the people of the Phoenix race were also shocked. "Qingqing, are you okay? Are you hurt? Did this brat threaten you? Men, take him down." The elder of the Phoenix race shouted angrily. However, Murong Qingqing said, "Don't do anything to him. He's my husband. I'm not threatened." The people of the Phoenix race were stunned. Husband? Damn it. What the hell is going on? Men, take Qingqing down to rest. The elder waved his hand and stared at Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing said, "I can rest, but you're not allowed to hurt her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile." Lin Xian looked at Qingqing and smiled. "Don't worry, they can't hurt me." Murong Qingqing nodded and left with the people of the Phoenix race. She knew how much of a commotion her actions had caused. Therefore, she had to give the Phoenix race an explanation. The remaining people were furious after hearing this. The other party was too arrogant. They couldn't hurt him? Cold gazes were fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was fearless. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were even more arrogant. The Crimson Dragon snorted. Was this how the Phoenix race treated their guests? Shouldn't they invite them in? The people of the Phoenix race gritted their teeth. They couldn't wait to kill this guy. Inviting him in for tea? What a joke! However, the elder of the Phoenix race frowned. The situation here had attracted the attention of countless people. He had no choice but to snort and say, "Come in." He led the way and brought Lin Xian and the other two to a large hall. Then he left. There were only Lin Xian and the other two in the hall. There were countless guards outside, obviously to prevent them from escaping. After about half a day, a middle-aged man walked over. His face was dark as water. He said coldly, "You're Lin Xian." Lin Xian looked at him, stood up and nodded. The middle-aged man said and left, disappearing in front of Qingqing. Lin Xian said, "What if I choose not to?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to dare to challenge his clan. He smiled. "Young man, are you not clear about the situation? Do you know where this is? This is the Phoenix race, the great emperor's clan. No one can behave atrociously here. I advise you to restrain yourself. The great emperor's clan is an overlord in the universe. Who dares to behave atrociously here? They will be suppressed." Therefore, the middle-aged man had unlimited confidence. In his opinion, Lin Xian would soon submit in fear or even kneel down. Chapter 5095. However, The middle-aged man was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian didn't care about such a threat at all. He said indifferently, "I'm just here to tell you that Qingqing is my woman. So, if you dare to let her marry another family, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, the middle-aged man went crazy. Was Lin Xian threatening him? He didn't dare to believe that no one had ever dared to threaten him. An aunt dared to behave atrociously in the family of a Arch. "Kid, what right do you have to say such words? What family are you from? What's your background? Not to mention your family. Are you a top genius yourself? Can you compete with Bailey Wuck? Can you compete with the Arch? You can't do anything. What right do you have to say that Morong Qingqing is your woman?" Humph. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. "You're underestimating me too much. You don't know my strength at all. I'm alone now. I can't do anything to the entire Phoenix clan. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. As for the geniuses of the other families, Bailey Wuck, who you think highly of, is just SOSO in my eyes. I've never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Even the Arch is only on equal footing with me." Lin Xian's voice was domineering. The middle-aged man was stunned after hearing this. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the Arch? What kind of joke was this? He snorted coldly and said, "Good boy, if you really have the strength, the Phoenix clan won't reject you. How about this? In half a month's time, the Phoenix clan will hold a banquet. At that time, we'll invite all the geniuses, and even Bailey Wuck. You can compete. If you can win, then we'll acknowledge your relationship with Qingqing. Otherwise, please disappear immediately and never appear again." In his opinion, Lin Xian was just boasting. When it came to competing in strength, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. Lin Xian smiled after hearing this. "All right, I'll wait. Half a month, right? Go ahead and call people. Even if you call the Qilin Sun and the Dragon Prince, I'm still not afraid." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and left. If he stayed any longer, he would probably go crazy from anger. The guards outside turned cold when they heard that. Humph! What a fool! He probably doesn't know how terrifying the Crown Prince is. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the sky. So what if the Phoenix race has them? How dare he block his path? Half a month later, he would let these people know what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. The news quickly spread out. Someone came to the Phoenix clan wanting to marry Morong Qingqing. It was as if a storm had been set off, sweeping through the entire Yuheng continent. All of a sudden, countless geniuses gathered. When the Heavenly Rock Race's people heard this, their faces turned even colder. Flawless 100 Miles's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already received news about the Phoenix clan. There would be a gathering half a month later, and he would attend it personally. Lin Xian, right? No matter what your identity is, half a month from now will be the day you die. The Phoenix clan was also greatly surprised by the changes in the outside world. They really wanted to see what kind of person this Lin Xian was to be able to make Morong Qingqing so willingly. A few women came to the main hall where Lin Xian lived. These people looked noble, and their eyes were filled with arrogance. They raised their chins and looked down on everything. After Morong Qingqing came, she took away a lot of our resources. She has the Supreme Elder behind her, so we can't touch her. However, we have to take a good look at this little man of hers. The leader of the women said coldly. The others laughed when they heard that. Sister E, don't worry. We know what to do. The few of them sneered. They said to the guards, open the door. The guards opened the door of the main hall, and the group of people walked in. The main hall was very empty. There was no one in sight. The geniuses who came to the Phoenix clan frowned. There was no one here. Could it be that the kid had already left? Humph, what a coward. I think he must have run away after hearing the news. Otherwise, why would he dare to go against Flawless 100 Miles? Moreover, he still has to accept the challenge of the world. It seemed that Morong Qingqing was really blind this time. Cold laughter rang out one after another. However, at this moment, a voice came from the void. "Take back what you said just now, or bear the consequences." "Who's that?" The geniuses of the Phoenix clan suddenly turned their heads. They saw a figure standing behind them. He was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. In particular, his eyes were shining with an extremely cold light. "Who are you, damn kid?" they shouted coldly. "When did he appear? Why didn't they notice him at all?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You came to find me, but you don't even know who I am? What? You're Lin Xian?" Those people were surprised. They looked carefully. Yi, who was walking at the front, sized up Lin Xian and sneered. "He's handsome, but what's the use of that? You'll turn into a pile of bones in half a month's time." She sneered, and the others also laughed smugly. They could tell that the other party didn't have any terrifying information or bloodline. He wasn't even a great sage, so how could he challenge the world? Lin Xian said coldly, "I said, take back what you said just now and apologize. Can't you hear me?" Yi snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you?" Before she could finish speaking, she was slapped across the face, and her entire body flew out. His handsome face was also in tatters. She roared crazily, "How dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you." She rushed over angrily. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind her. He grabbed her neck with his hands. "Believe it or not, I can send you to hell in a second." Yi was so scared that her body turned cold. She realized that she couldn't escape at all. It was too terrifying. His hands were like the hands of a god that could control her life. The geniuses of the Phoenix clan around her were even more terrified. They knew how powerful Sister Yi was. She was very powerful, but she was suppressed in an instant. How terrifying was this Lin Xian? Could it be that he really had heaven-defying combat power? Another person said, "I'm warning you, don't do anything. This is the territory of the Phoenix clan. If you hurt Sister Yi, you're dead meat." "Is that so? Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian exerted force in his palm. Yi screamed crazily, "No, don't do anything to me. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I take back what I said just now. I shouldn't have said that to you. And I shouldn't have said that to Sister Qingqing. I won't dare to do it again." She apologized. At the same time, she shouted angrily, "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to me." The surrounding people didn't dare to resist and apologized one after another. Their attitude was completely different from before. Then Yi said carefully, "Lin Gongzi, can you let me go?" Chapter 5096. Lin Xian waved his hand and said coldly, "Scram, don't let me see you again." Yi was thrown out. She turned around and roared crazily, "Men, suppress him for me." She had already thought about it. As soon as she came out, she would order the experts to completely suppress him. The guards outside rushed in when they heard this. "Princess Yi, what's the matter?" Yi said he injured me. "Suppress him. I want to kill him." The Phoenix guards were stunned. "Princess Yi, please don't make things difficult for us. You're not injured. How is that possible?" Yi was shocked. Her companions also said, "Are you blind?" You didn't see Sister Yi's face. Before they finished speaking, they were also stunned. At this moment, Yi didn't look injured at all. The saint blood in the void also disappeared. How is that possible? Could it be that this kid secretly got rid of it? They were shocked. The Phoenix guards carefully checked and then said, "Princess Yi, we didn't find any traces of fighting." With that, they retreated and left. Yi shouted angrily, "Impossible! Could it be that I was dreaming just now?" Lin Xian sneered. A trace of cold light appeared in his eyes, and an extremely terrifying soul power pressed down. Yi and the others' scalps went numb. They instantly understood. Illusion. Just now they were under the illusion. When did he get hit? Perhaps they were under the illusion from the moment they entered the main hall. and they didn't know. This meant that when they were under the illusion, the other party had 10,000 chances to destroy their souls. Thinking of this, they broke out in cold sweat. Let's go. These people didn't dare to stay here anymore. They turned around and left. At the same time, they swore that they would never return to this place in their lives, let alone provoke the other party. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Phoenix clan also became incomparably lively. The patriarch of the Phoenix clan personally appeared. It was a woman, as high and mighty as a queen. She sat in the main hall in the clouds. Beside her sat a man with an extraordinary appearance. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was the patriarch of the Heavenly Rock clan. It seemed like there were quite a number of geniuses here. The Phoenix clan leader nodded. Once the news spread out, all the geniuses on the Yuhun continent would be rushing here. Unless there were special matters that prevented them from coming, the others should be arriving soon. However, no matter how many of them came over, they would not be able to match up to flawless 100 miles. The moment these words were spoken, the Heavenly Rock race leader started laughing loudly. Phoenix race leader, you think too highly of Wuk. There was still a long way to go before he became flawless. However, the Phoenix clan leader shook her head. I have high hopes for his future. If Ju was not the empress and had not yet become a great emperor, we would not have dared to let her get married. Otherwise, I would have betrothed Ju to Wuk. However, Murong Qingqing was not bad either. She possessed the bloodline of the Rainbow Phoenix and was extremely beautiful. More importantly, flawless like Qingqing. Therefore, if the two of them could get married, it would be the best thing for our two families. The Heavenly Rock race's race head nodded. If it really works, I'll get Wuk to block a martial emperor. He should be able to do it. The two of them discussed here. It seemed that they did not treat Lin Xian's existence as a threat at all. Lin Xian was no longer restricted. He finally met Murong Qingqing again. The two of them were still guarding the Phoenix race, attracting a lot of attention. Early in the morning, news came that the Phoenix race's genius wanted to hold a banquet to meet Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked, "Is there an empress from your Phoenix race?" Murong Qingqing said, "You're talking about Fengjiu, right? She's in seclusion and usually won't come out." Lin Xian said, "Then I have no reason to go. Your husband is someone who has been conferred the title of king. The people I interact with are people like the Dragon Prince and the Kuanpeng son. The others are not qualified to invite me." Murong Qingqing laughed after hearing his words. She rolled her eyes at him and thought, although she seemed to be complaining, her eyes were filled with happiness. Lin Xian smiled and said, "All right, I'll give you face and make a trip there." In the evening, Lin Xian still attended the banquet. He realized that there were many people, not only the Phoenix race's geniuses. The geniuses from the other clans and sects were also there. They really wanted to know who Lin Xian was. One had to know that Murong Qingqing had looked down on Bailey Wuk previously. Yi and the others were also sitting in the hall in front of them. At this moment, it was extremely quiet. The surrounding people were puzzled. Yi and Qingqing's relationship was not good before. Now that they knew about this, they would at least mock and ridicule them. They might even come out to slap them in the face. But they did not. Yi and the others became very quiet, which made them puzzled. Could it be that these people had some big tricks up their sleeves? After Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian arrived, Qingqing introduced the geniuses of the Phoenix race to Lin Xian. When she came to Yi, Qingqing said, "This is Sister Yi." She explained expressionlessly. Lin Xian smiled. "Oh, Sister Yi." At this moment, Yi raised her head. When she saw Lin Xian's gaze, she was so frightened that her body trembled. She quickly lowered her head and said, "I'm not feeling well, so I'll leave first." After saying that, she ran away like a rabbit. It was not only her. The few people around her also found excuses to leave. This surprised everyone. Murong Qingqing was also puzzled. It seemed that the other party was afraid of something. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said through voice transmission, "When you weren't around, they came to find trouble with me. I taught them a lesson, so they were probably scared." Murong Qingqing had a strange expression after hearing that. No wonder. But it was good too. This Yi had indeed often found trouble with her. She probably would not dare to do it again in the future. Apart from that, there were also geniuses from the Thunder Clan and the Heavenly Rock Clan. Lin Xian looked at those people and nodded slightly as a greeting. This made the faces of those two clans turn ugly. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. At this moment, someone said coldly, "Lin Gongzi must have something extraordinary to be able to win the heart of the fatally beautiful fairy. Why don't you show it to us?" "That's right. I've just refined a treasure saber recently. Why don't I spar with Lin Gongzi?" Voices sounded one after another. These people were all staring at Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to make a move in advance today. On the Phoenix Clan side, apart from Yi, there were many people who had conflicts with Murong Qingqing. After all, Murong Qingqing had joined the Phoenix Clan halfway, and due to her mystical bloodline, she directly occupied a large portion of the resources. This caused the resources of the Phoenix Clan's geniuses to decrease significantly. How could these geniuses be willing to accept this? Therefore, they naturally hated Murong Qingqing. Now that they had the chance, they wanted to slap her in the face. Chapter 5097. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly, "I advise you not to do this." "Why? Are you afraid?" The Phoenix Clan snorted. Lin Xian sneered. "I'm afraid you'll go to hell." The surrounding people exclaimed, "This brat is too arrogant." The Phoenix Clan was completely enraged. "Brat, do you know what you're saying? Do you know where you are? Our Great Emperor Clan is not something you can challenge." However, Lin Xian sat down beside Murong Qingqing. Seeing this, the Heavenly Rock Clan was instantly enraged. "Brat, don't you understand? Try and see if my treasured blade is sharp." Similarly, experts from the Thunder Clan walked out as well. Even the Phoenix Clan also sent out experts. 3 experts walked out and stared at Lin Xian, their eyes emitting a terrifying radiance. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they shook their heads and sighed. They felt that Lin Xian was dead meat. "Are you sure you want to fight? Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish." Lin Xian stood up. He first looked at the man from the Thunder Clan, his eyes emitting a terrifying radiance. The man's soul screamed as if it was being torn apart. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices as he knelt on the ground. "What's going on?" The surrounding people were stunned. "It's an eye technique," someone shouted angrily. The Thunder Clan was shocked. "Damn it, does this brat really dare to fight?" One had to know that this was the Phoenix Clan. Where did he get his courage from? "Damn brat, how dare you hurt my soul?" The Thunder Clan expert shouted angrily. He turned into a bolt of lightning and dashed over. However, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's sword. His body was split into 2. Lin Xian said coldly, "Do you think an ant like you has the right to fight with me?" Then Lin Xian turned around and looked at the Heavenly Rock Clan. His eyes emitted a terrifying radiance. The surrounding people were shocked. "This brat is too strong." Murong Qingqing shook his head and sighed. Lin Xian had already been crowned king. How could these people challenge him? The people of the Tianpeng race also had gloomy expressions. Xian said, "Didn't you want to test the sharpness of the sword? Make your move." After saying that, he punched out. The 6 Paths fist was indomitable. The man from the Tianpeng race shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, a battle saber appeared and slashed forward. He wanted to shatter his opponent's fist. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. "This kid is too arrogant. That battle blade is clearly an extremely terrifying sacred artifact. My guess is that his fist will be split in half. That's for sure." He's probably a soul expert, and he's good at catching people off guard. However, it would be foolish to try to compete with his physique. These people sneered. However, they were soon stunned. The treasured saber in front of him was blasted into two halves, while Lin Xian's fist was unscathed. Impossible! The experts of the Tianpeng race roared in fear. Especially the expert who attacked. He was even more dumbfounded. This battle saber was meticulously refined by him. It was extremely terrifying. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to shatter it. However, it was broken by a single punch from the other party. How terrifying was his strength! Lin Xian said coldly, "It seems that your battle saber isn't that great. I wonder how strong you are." As he spoke, the Six Paths fist struck out again. The people of the Tianpeng race were terrified. That person shouted angrily, "Tianpeng seal!" He formed a seal with his palms and formed a huge seal that pressed down. It collided with the Six Paths fist. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He flew backward and cracks appeared on his body. With a boom, he turned into a bloody mist. His soul wanted to escape, but it was slapped to the ground by Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's soul with one foot and said coldly, "Aunt, who gave you the courage to challenge me?" That person cried out miserably. The people of the Tianpeng race roared crazily, "Damn brat, you dare!" Lin Xian snorted coldly and stepped on the other party's body that had just reformed. He said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The people of the Phoenix race were furious. The eyes of the man from the Phoenix race were filled with cold, killing intent. He said coldly, "Stop immediately and apologize." Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Previously, I didn't attack you because I was giving Ching face. Now, if you attack me, I can guarantee that you will end up like them. You." The man was so angry that his body trembled. The people of the Phoenix race were also gnashing their teeth. However, they were really frightened by Lin Xian. For a moment, no one attacked. On the other hand, the people of the Tianpeng race were furious. They all looked at Flawless Bailey. Flawless Bailey's face was gloomy, but he had no intention of attacking. His opponent was only the Crown Prince. The person in front of him was not qualified. "Old servant, save me." The injured genius roared crazily. An old man walked out of the void and slapped towards Lin Xian. "You dare to attack my young master? Go to hell." His palm turned into a sharp claw that tore apart heaven and earth. Therefore, this claw could even tear apart a dragon, let alone a human. Countless people were shocked. Was an expert of the older generation going to attack? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He roared and struck out with his sword. It turned into a dragon shadow and rushed forward. "Tianpeng slain dragon, let's see if you have the ability today." This sword split heaven and earth, and the old man's sharp claw was shattered. He was also split in half. Saint blood scattered between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were shocked. What a terrifying sword chi! Why did this guy have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? Could it be that he was from the dragon race? Even the people of the Phoenix race were stunned. If Lin Xian was from the dragon race, then the situation was different. The people of the Tianpeng race were even more upset. They had a grudge with the dragon race. The Tianpeng race was only SOSO. None of them could fight. As soon as these words were said, the people of the Tianpeng race could not hold it in any more. Even Flawless Bailey's eyes burst out with a cold light. He stood up. At this moment, the elders of the Phoenix race walked over. The battle here naturally alarmed them. After they came over, they said, "Everyone, if you want to compete tomorrow, today is not the time." Lin Xian shrugged. He did not care when the battle was. Flawless Bailey stared at Lin Xian for a long time before retracting his gaze. "Then I'll let you live for one more day." This banquet ended early. When Lin Xian left, the surrounding people were incomparably terrified. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Although it was just a simple exchange, the strength Lin Xian displayed showed that he was a top-notch expert. They also knew that Murong Qingqing would not choose an ant for no reason. Yi and the others were shocked. Fortunately, they had left early. Otherwise, they would have been unlucky. The people of the Phoenix race were shocked. Many people studied that battle and found that Lin Xian had a powerful soul, a terrifying physique, terrifying strength, and sharp sword chi. This person was not ordinary. No wonder he could become Murong Qingqing's man. Chapter 5098. However, there were also people who shook their heads and sneered because they knew that the person who could compete with Lin Xian was even more extraordinary. That was Bailey Wuck. He was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Rock race. In fact, other than Bailey Wuck, there were a few other top geniuses who were pursuing Murong Qingqing. Perhaps they would all appear tomorrow. At that time, it would be a true battle between two giants. It was still unknown whether Lin Xian could resist them. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also said, "You have to be careful of Bailey Wuck tomorrow. He does indeed have the combat strength of an emperor. Moreover, the Heavenly Rock race's combat strength is also very strong." Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. "It's fine." Murong Qingqing thought about it and said that other than him, there might be a few more people who would come. Those people were also very strong. Some of them could even use Emperor Divine powers. Lin Xian smiled. "Qingqing, you're still so charming." Murong Qingqing blushed and snuggled up to Lin Xian. "No matter how strong they are, they can't compare to one of your fingers." Last night, the news had spread and countless people were shocked. The younger generation and even the older generation were talking about it. Could it be that another young emperor had risen? Someone exclaimed. Someone sneered. "Impossible, he's not qualified." Everyone was excited and looked forward to the dawn. They wanted to see the battle between two giants. When the leader of the Phoenix race heard the news, he narrowed his eyes. "Oh, he's not a useless person, but a top genius?" That was interesting. However, he still couldn't be compared to Bailey Wuck. He still didn't take Lin Xian seriously. The people of the Thunder race were furious. Their genius had been severely injured. However, they didn't do anything. Instead, they placed their hopes on the Heavenly Rock race. The people of the Heavenly Rock race roared. This time, they had lost a lot of face. They were all waiting. Tomorrow, Bailey Wuck would make his move. The next day, at dawn, the banquet finally began. Everyone came in excitedly and presented their congratulatory gifts. Those who could come were all people with extraordinary statuses. They were either from the clan of the ancients, great sects, or peerless experts. When Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. Their eyes were red as they looked at each other. They were extremely envious. The members of the Phoenix clan, on the other hand, looked somewhat gloomy. The Phoenix clan leader also came. She sat high up in the sky and looked down like a queen. Lin Xian felt immense pressure, but he was not afraid. Circulating the sword qi in his body, Lin Xian calmly walked forward. "Greetings to the Phoenix clan leader. Greetings to the various seniors." Lin Xian was neither sad nor sad as he bowed. "You're Lin Xian?" The Phoenix clan leader said coldly as a terrifying bloodline aura burst forth. At this moment, the entire world froze, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. They felt their bodies tremble, as if Lin Xian could kill them with a single glance. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he ignored the terrifying power. "He's right, it's me." The Phoenix clan leader was shocked. Even a top genius would not be able to withstand the pressure that she had just exerted. In her opinion, Lin Xian might just kneel down. That way, she could give him a warning. However, she realized that Lin Xian was not affected at all. She was surprised. Could it be that this young man had some kind of treasure on him? That would be the only way he could withstand her pressure. On the other side, the Heavenly Rock clan leader's face was also cold. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he secretly gave a look. The members of the Heavenly Rock clan moved quickly. Not long after, a group of people with murderous auras arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man. Beside him was a pale-faced young man who was the previous owner of the saber. He was beaten up by Lin Xian and was seriously injured. At this moment, when he saw Lin Xian, his body trembled. However, a sharp killing intent appeared in his eyes. With his father around, he would take revenge this time. After these people arrived, the middle-aged man in front of them shouted. Bailey Ba shouted coldly, "You are the one who attacked and severely injured my son. Who are you? How dare you question me?" Lin Xian's cold shout was like a clap of thunder. It gave Bailey Ba fright. The surrounding people were also shocked. This guy was so domineering. Bailey Ba was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he shouted coldly, "Why can't I question you? Just tell me what kind of background you have." Lin Xian said, "I'm Qingqing's husband. Qingqing is a member of the Phoenix clan. I'm here to return home." "What's with your attitude? Is this how you treat your master?" When the members of the Phoenix clan heard this, their noses became crooked. "Despicable brat, when did we admit it?" Lin Xian looked at Bailey Ba and said coldly, "Your son fought with me with a treasured saber." "I fought with him barehanded. He wasn't strong enough and was seriously injured. How dare you come here? Is the Heavenly Rock clan all so despicable? If that's the case, it's really disappointing. Brat, it's useless to say more. Take this. If you don't die, this matter will be over." Bailey Ba snorted coldly. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The surrounding people's expressions changed. This Bailey Ba was a strong warrior of the middle generation. It was indeed shameless to bully the younger generation. However, no one said anything. Many people even wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by the members of the Phoenix clan. "Lin Gongzi, I think this is fair. Why don't you take this blow? Don't worry, you won't die here." The surrounding people's scalps went numb. They knew that although Lin Xian wouldn't die, he might be seriously injured. He wouldn't be able to recover within 100 years. He might even be crippled. One blow to end the grudge? Lin Xian shook his head. "Only if you take one of my blows. All right, no problem. We'll each take one blow. Then we won't pursue the matter." Bailey Ba's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Although Lin Xian had injured his son and an old servant, so what? My strength isn't comparable to anyone else's. "Young man, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Bailey Ba stood there and sneered. Lin Xian nodded. "All right, I won't hold back then." He stretched out a finger and pointed forward, using the finger as a sword. Ajura sword technique. This was an extremely terrifying the arch-theurgy, the sword of killing. The sword light flashed, and everyone felt a chill in their souls. Bailey Ba's expression changed. Oh no! He felt that his life was in danger. He knew that he had been careless. He didn't expect his opponent to have such an ultimate technique. He roared and attacked with all his might. The illusion of a heavenly rock appeared on his body. Its wings turned into heavenly blades and slashed forward. Go to hell! The sword chi and the blade light collided and shattered the sky. Puff! Blood splattered in the sky. The power in the sky disappeared. A figure fell to the ground. Chapter 5099. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw the scene. The one who fell was none other than Bailey Ba. He was an expert of the Middle Great Sage realm His strength was extremely terrifying. However, he was killed by a single sword strike. More importantly, the one who killed him was a Sage King, a young man. How inconceivable was this? The Heavenly Rock race came back to their senses and roared crazily. How dare you kill him? Do you want to die? Kid, die. I'm going to tear you into pieces. These people's eyes were bloodshot. Lin Xian retracted his sword qi and sneered. How could they forget so quickly? Previously, they had agreed to settle their grudges with one move each. He wasn't as strong as Bailey Ba, so he deserved to be killed. Are you guys trying to bully me? If you're not convinced, go ahead. Lin Xian waved his hand, not afraid of the Heavenly Rock race at all. The Heavenly Rock race was so angry that they were trembling. The surrounding people were discussing. Yes, they didn't expect the Heavenly Rock race to kick an iron plate this time. This kid's cultivation wasn't great, but his strength was terrifying. He must be a top genius who could fight above his level. Countless voices of discussion rang out. The Heavenly Rock race's faces were cold. They were too careless this time. If they were to make a move again, they would probably be caught by others and become the target of ridicule. However, they were unwilling to let this kid go. Fortunately, just as they were hesitating, another roar came from afar. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Come and die. This voice was filled with endless rage. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The Heavenly Rock race had arrived. Many people were surprised and opened up a path for them. The Heavenly Rock race's expert strode over. Grandpa, it's him. He's the one who injured me. A young man with injuries pointed at Lin Xian and said quickly. Beside him was an old man with a head of white hair. However, his figure was tall and straight, and his qi and blood surged into the sky. He was an elder of the Heavenly Rock race. At this moment, his eyes were filled with electricity as he stared at Lin Xian. Young man, how dare you injure my grandson? How do you want to die? Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Is your grandson from the younger generation? The elder of the Lei Dong clan snorted. Nonsense, are you blind? Can't you see? Lin Xian sneered. Since he was from the younger generation, then they would fight. He would lose because his skills were inferior. What? You old thing! You want to take advantage of your seniority to attack me? So this was the bearing of the Lei Dong clan. How disappointing. What qualifications does a family like yours have to stand at the peak? Get down here. Lin Xian's voice rang out, and many people were in an uproar. Indeed, this matter should not have been left to the older generation experts. The matters of the younger generation should be settled by themselves. However, both the Skyrock clan and the Thunder Movement clan were very powerful. The others did not dare to say anything on the surface. The old man's face turned cold. What a sharp-tongued brat. However, do you think that you can survive just because of this? I don't care about the others, but this old man is famous for being protective. I'm bullying you today. What can you do about it? Sigh. Some people in the crowd sighed. Indeed, this old man was not ordinary. He was famous for being protective. Moreover, the other party was very strong. He had a nickname, Thunderclap Hands. His palms could easily catch lightning. At the same time, it was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were descending. This Thunderclap Hands could sweep through everything. It was an extremely powerful absolute art. The other party was famous for this pair of palms. Those who went against the other party would end up in a miserable state. Now that the other party was shameless enough to target a young man, the young man was probably in danger. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were speechless. They had never seen such a shameless person. Today was an eye-opener. Lin Xian snorted. Why? You want to stand up for your grandson? Go ahead and attack. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cripple you and hand you over to my grandson for him to torture you for the rest of your life. The Thunderclap Hands walked out, releasing a terrifying aura. The surrounding people were worried. Although Lin Xian was strong, the Thunderclap Hands were even more terrifying. Seeing that the battle was about to erupt, a loud voice came from afar, welcoming young Master Shi Yuanfeng. The crowd was in an uproar. They were familiar with the name Shi Yuanfeng. This was because he was an extremely terrifying genius. He had a strong physique and unparalleled combat power. He had once defeated 30 top experts in a single day. He had made a name for himself. There were rumors in the world that there were no more than 5 people in the younger generation who could compete with Shi Yuanfeng in terms of strength. Now he was here too? Many people's eyes were shining. They knew that Shi Yuanfeng was also pursuing the Morong Qingqing Dao. Heaven and earth trembled. Even the people of the Thunder Clan looked serious. They were known for their violent strength. However, when they felt this power, their blood was boiling. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. In the distance, a man stepped on the 9 heavens like a god of war. He lowered his head and stared at Lin Xian. "You're Qingqing's man?" A cold voice sounded. The surrounding space shattered continuously. At this moment, the surrounding people felt a huge pressure. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others' faces changed. This person was much stronger than the previous ones. Morong Qingqing also frowned. She said coldly, "Shi Yuanfeng, I've already told you everything. Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." Shi Yuanfeng looked at Morong Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, I won't give up. You'll be mine in the end. Even if Bailiwuck catches up to you, I'll fight him." Not to mention the fact that he was now an ant. Thunderclap looked at this scene and sneered. It seemed that even if he didn't make a move, Shi Yuanfeng wouldn't be able to escape death. The Tianping race also had a sinister look. At this moment, everyone knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stand on top of my head? Get down here and talk." Lin Xian didn't even look at him and shouted coldly. The surrounding people went crazy. Does this guy know who he's facing? That's Shi Yuanfeng, the mighty god of war. How dare he scold him? It's over. The last bit of hope in their hearts disappeared. In their opinion, if Lin Xian begged for mercy and had a better attitude, he might be able to keep his life. But now, it would be hard for him to walk out of here alive. "How dare you? Kid, do you know who young Master Shi is?" Someone shouted furiously. The people from the Leidong clan also said coldly, "You're courting death. Why aren't you kowtowing and apologizing?" Even the Tianping race snorted coldly. "Shi Yuanfeng is someone who can compete with our #1 genius. Do you think you can take it? Little brat, let's see how you'll die this time." Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Even the Phoenix race was silent. It seemed that no one was willing to help Lin Xian. Chapter 50-100. Some people from the Phoenix race even sneered. "Qingqing's man is really arrogant. He doesn't know his place. Does he think he can be so arrogant just because he's a genius? There are differences between geniuses. A top-notch genius can kill him instantly. Just wait, I'll see how he dies." Morong Qingqing didn't say anything else. She knew Lin Xian's strength and wasn't afraid of Shi Yuanfeng. Plus, Shi Yuanfeng was so arrogant that she didn't want to care. Let Brother Xian do it. When the time comes, these people will know who's the laughable frog at the bottom of the well. Shi Yuanfeng descended from the sky. He said, "Kid, I know you're a genius from somewhere, and you're standing at the peak. But it's a pity that your hometown is too small. I can destroy your world with one hand. You don't know the strength of a true genius on this continent. Today I'll show you, but after you see it, you'll go to hell." As a top-notch genius, Shi Yuanfeng didn't care about Shi Yuanfeng at all. Lin Xian laughed coldly. "You think too highly of yourself. Don't talk about being a top-notch genius. Even if the princes and princesses stand in front of me, they can't do anything to me. You?" Lin Xian shook his head with disdain in his eyes. The surrounding people went crazy. Is there something wrong with this kid? Is there something wrong with his brain? How dare he look down on Shi Yuanfeng? How dare he compare himself with the princes and princesses? Where did his confidence come from? Thunderclap Hand snorted. "Stupid thing. Young Master Shi is stronger than me. You can't even beat me, and you want to fight young Master Shi. Don't you know how to write the word death?" The people from the Thunder race sneered. Shi Yuanfeng was able to defeat them previously. The Thunder Race's genius was indeed extraordinary. But so what? Sure, Yuanfeng was too powerful. Even Thunderclap hand wasn't a match for him, let alone this kid. I'm not a match for you? Lin Xian sneered. Come on, old man, I'll kill you in one move. Lin Xian's body emitted a domineering aura. Since Sure Yuanfeng wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. You! Thunderclap was furious. He was a powerhouse of the older generation who had been famous for a long time. When had he ever been looked down upon by ants? He stared at Sure Yuanfeng as he spoke. Sure, can you allow me to deal with this person? Don't worry, I won't kill him. I will cripple him and hand him over to young Master Sure. Sure Yuanfeng nodded. Then hurry up, I don't have much patience. Thunderclap hand smiled. Don't worry, one move is enough to settle this. He walked forward with terrifying lightning circling around his hands. He was like the god of thunder. Kid, if you have any last words, just leave them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Another beam of sword qi appeared in his hand, radiating a piercingly cold aura. The Thunderclap hand sneered. He reached out with both palms and shattered the void. They blocked Lin Xian's path of retreat. He would not give the other party a chance to escape. Die! Lightning exploded out of his palm, and the power it contained was enough to kill 5 mid-great sages. This was the power of the Thunderbolt. It's over. The people of the Thunder Clan sneered. The people of the Heavenly Rock Clan and the Phoenix Clan were expressionless. The others shook their heads and sighed. However, at this moment, another voice came from the sky. It's really over. Go to hell. How is this possible? The Thunderclap hand's pupils constricted. The voice came from behind him. Is it that kid? He turned his head abruptly and saw a sword piercing towards him. No, he was crazy. How did the other party dodge? Why didn't he know anything? Also, what was with this sword? Why was it so terrifying? At this moment, he was stunned. There was only this sword in his eyes. Everything between heaven and earth disappeared. What kind of sword was this? It was terrifying and fatal. It was as if a great emperor had struck out with a fatal blow. When he came to his senses, the sword light that filled the sky had already disappeared. He realized that his body and soul had been split into 2. Impossible. He couldn't believe it even when he was about to die. He was actually killed by the other party in an instant. Azura sword technique. The third sword. Lin Xian retracted the sword qi. He said coldly, as expected of an old man. He couldn't even block one of my attacks. What a piece of trash. At this moment, heaven and earth became incomparably silent. The people of the Thunder Clan were stunned. Their Thunderclap hand's elder was dead. He was killed in an instant by a sword. How is this possible? The people who were watching in the surroundings couldn't believe it. This scene was very familiar. This was because the middle-aged man from the Heavenly Rock Clan had died in the same manner. However, this time, the Thunderclap hand was much stronger than the middle-aged man. However, he was still killed in an instant. After a long while, countless people exclaimed in surprise, "Is this for real? This kid killed the Thunderclap hand in an instant. Did you see that sword strike just now? What kind of sword was that?" Exclamations could be heard everywhere. Everyone was roaring crazily. Did he succeed again? The people of the Heavenly Rock Clan couldn't believe it. The people of the Phoenix Clan were also shocked. Some of the people who were watching the show with a cold smile turned gloomy at this moment. Even Sure Yuanfeng frowned. That sword just now made him feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Damn it, this kid is actually not an ordinary person. No wonder he was able to win the heart of Murong Qingchen. However, he was not convinced. He wanted to suppress Lin Fan with his own hands. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. However, the people of the Thunder Clan were roaring crazily. They were all kneeling on the ground. They couldn't accept the death of the Thunderclap hand. These people stared at Lin Xian. However, they were frightened by Lin Xian's gaze and kept retreating. They were just a bunch of ants. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with them. He turned his head and looked at Shi Yuanfeng. You said that I came from a small place and looked down on me. You even said that you wanted to show me what a real genius is. All right, I hope you won't disappoint me. Shi Yuanfeng's expression was cold. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. He said coldly, Kid, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hide so well. What's your name? My fist doesn't kill nameless people. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Shi Yuanfeng frowned. He seemed to have heard of this name before, but he couldn't remember where. Humph, I've never heard of you before. However, you're indeed worthy of my attention. The others were also confused. Bailey Wuck and the people of the Phoenix clan also recalled that they seemed to have heard of this name before. However, they really couldn't remember it at that moment. Take out your weapon. You can't break my defense with just a ray of sword energy. Shi Yuanfeng said coldly, You'd better take care of yourself. I hope you can block 3 of my attacks. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. You're courting death. Shi Yuanfeng was furious. He stomped his feet and rushed over like a mountain. Wherever he passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. He punched out. With Lin Xian as the center, the surrounding void shattered and turned into a black hole. Chapter 50-101. Under this punch, that kid would definitely die. Some people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Xian was too careless. However, some people said that it might not be so. Don't forget the thunderclap hand from before. That was a sealed space, and that kid could still escape. His speed was too fast. It was almost impossible to kill him instantly. Indeed, after the previous 2 battles, everyone did not think that Lin Xian was a weakling. They all knew that the other party was an expert. So at this moment, they all opened their eyes wide and stared at the other party. They wanted to see what kind of movement technique the other party used, to be able to dodge this punch. But in an instant, they exclaimed and did not dodge. They realized that Lin Xian stood there motionless and had no intention of dodging at all. What was going on? Why didn't he dodge? Was he disdainful of dodging? Impossible. No one could compete with Shi Yuanfeng in terms of physique and strength. There was a possibility that the other party could not dodge at all. In the face of such a powerful fist, all dodging was futile. It seemed that this kid, still, could not be compared to Shi Yuanfeng. Shi Yuanfeng was also incomparably disappointed. Was he not even dodging? Had he already given up? He originally thought that the other party was a competitor who could exchange more than 10 moves with him. Now, it seemed that he was really disappointed. An ant was indeed an ant. He could not give him any hope. Since that was the case, then let's settle it. His fist became even more dazzling. Looking at the fist that was rushing towards him, Lin Xian looked calm. He could not dodge. What kind of joke was this? Shadowless Heaven's net could dodge this punch, but he did not need to dodge at all. Competing with him in terms of physique? When had he ever been afraid? Thinking of this, he stretched out a fist and also blasted forward. Looking at this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No way! Could it be that he wanted to compete with Shi Yuanfeng in terms of strength and physique? What kind of joke was this? Wasn't this kid an expert in the sword Dao? He should be good at killing with one move and nimbly dodging. Now that he was actually fighting force with force, this was an incomparable disadvantage for a swordsman. He actually used his own disadvantage to compete with the other party's advantage. This kid was really unwise. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering sounds were heard. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would be blasted into a bloody mist. However, they discovered that Shi Yuanfeng's fist had been blocked by another pair of fists. Did this brat do it? Everyone went crazy. Shi Yuanfeng's eyes narrowed. How tyrannical. He felt as though his fist had landed on an ancient mountain. That terrifying power caused his arm to tremble. His opponent actually possessed such strength and physique? While he was in a daze, Lin Xian smiled. Your physique is very strong, but that's all there is to it. His fist suddenly turned into a palm and grabbed Shi Yuanfeng's wrist. Then it smashed into the ground. With a boom, the ground trembled and a deep abyss appeared. Shi Yuanfeng was dizzy from the impact. He shouted angrily and tried to stand up, but what greeted him was a foot. He kicked him in the face. With a bang, he was sent flying and crashed into a pavilion in the distance. There was even a terrifying black hole behind him. You're courting death. After being kicked in the face, Shi Yuanfeng was completely enraged. Countless terrifying runes appeared on his body as he charged forward like a killing god. Sky-rushing divine fist. Shi Yuanfeng's fists opened and closed. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. However, he was being suppressed by Lin Xian. In the contest of physique, Lin Xian was equally bold and his fists were unstoppable. Shi Yuanfeng kept retreating. In the end, there was a boom. One of Shi Yuanfeng's arms was smashed and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Shi Yuanfeng was defeated. Was he injured? Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Thunder clan were terrified. The people of the Skyrock clan were dumbfounded. Even the people of the Phoenix clan were stunned. They had thought of countless possibilities, but they had never thought that it would be the situation in front of them. Shi Yuanfeng stood up, his body trembling. It was not that he did not want to fight. It was that the qi and blood in his body had long been shaken, and he could not fight at all. He stared at his opponent. Who are you? Who exactly are you? On the other side, Flawless 100 Miles of the Skyrock clan had an extremely terrifying light in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. The powerhouses of the Phoenix clan were also frowning. Everyone was stunned. The other party had a great background. Lin Xian said, I've said before, my name is Lin Xian. Impossible. I have never heard of this name before. You are so strong. It is impossible for you to be unknown. Tell me your true identity. Shi Yuanfeng roared. He was like an injured beast. If he lost to a nameless person, his Tao heart would be destroyed. He could not accept it. Lin Gongzi, tell me your background. The people of the Phoenix clan also said, coldly. They also did not believe that Lin Xian was a nameless person. He could suppress Shi Yuanfeng in terms of strength and physique, but he said that the other party was an ant? They would not believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Lin Xian sighed. My name is really Lin Xian. Of course, you may not have heard of my name. However, you should have heard of one of my titles. What is it? Everyone asked one after another. Lin Wudi. Many people were confused when they heard that. Lin Wudi, oh my God, this kid is so arrogant. How dare he give himself such a title? Is he not afraid of being hunted down by the experts of the world? Those people discussed animatedly. However, the pupils of some of them suddenly shrank. For example, Flawless 100 Miles, Shi Yuanfeng, and the elders of the Phoenix clan. They were all stunned. You are Lin Wudi? This is impossible. The few elders of the Leidong clan also roared in horror. The others were confused. Is this person famous? Why have I not heard of him? Since when did such an expert appear in our Yuheng continent? They were very confused. At that moment, a woman from the Phoenix clan exclaimed in surprise, You are Lin Wudi of Holy Distant Ancient City, the one who was crowned king? Holy Gulf Ancient City crowned king? It can't be. This time, everyone came to their senses. How could anyone who could come here be weak? They were all from the clan of the Ancients and the Peerless sections. Although they were on the Yuheng continent, they also paid attention to the situation on the other continents. Especially some news from Primeval City, they were the first to receive it. At this time, an elder of the Sky Rock clan exclaimed, Back in Holy Gulf Ancient City, 2 people were crowned king in one day. One of them was the Dragon Prince. The other person was said to be Lin Wudi. Could it be that that person is you? The surrounding people went crazy. Some of them did not know what the crowned king meant, but now they completely understood. The Dragon Prince and the others knew that he was the emperor of the Dragon Clan. How could the other party be weak if he could stand with the emperor? No wonder he could easily kill, thunderclap, and suppress Shi Yuanfeng in terms of strength and physique. It all made sense now. Chapter 5102. Lin Xian's strength was shocking, especially after they found out about his identity. Countless people were in an uproar. He was the champion of the crown. He was an existence that was on par with the emperor. Someone said, "Did you know?" There was an even more shocking news. Back then, the Dragon Prince and Lin Wuti, they became the champion of the crown together. Then they had a great battle, and the result was that the Dragon Prince was injured. What? Are you saying that the Dragon Prince is inferior to Lin Wuti? Countless people were dumbfounded. What kind of battle record was that? In the younger generation, he was a supreme existence. The others could only look up to him. The people of the Phoenix race were also dumbfounded. Those people were shocked. Was he Lin Wuti? Now, they finally understood why Murong Qingqing chose to be with him. It turned out that he was so powerful. Many people even started to be jealous. How could Murong Qingqing find such a husband? Their eyes were red. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked at Shi Yuanfeng. Shi Yuanfeng sighed. I lost. He closed his eyes. However, he didn't lose unjustly. His opponent was the champion of the crown, far superior to him. At this moment, he felt extremely miserable. Lin Xian said, "Your physique is very strong, but it's still a little weaker than mine. Also, you didn't lose unjustly. There aren't many people who can compete with you in terms of physique." Shi Yuanfeng was very upset when he heard those words. It was as if his master was praising him. Lin Xian was younger than him, and he couldn't refute him when he said those words. Lin Xian looked at Flawless 100 Miles and said, "You've always been high and mighty. You want to suppress me with one hand? You want to pursue Murong Qingqing? Come, I'll give you a chance to challenge me today." Everyone was shocked. Was there going to be another battle? They all looked at Flawless 100 Miles. This time, the people of the Heavenly Rock race looked extremely serious. They were no longer as relaxed and disdainful as before. The person in front of them was Lin Wuti. He was the legendary champion of the crown. They were the #1 prodigy. Could they completely suppress him? To be honest, they really didn't have the confidence, especially now that they had learned that the other party had even injured the Dragon Prince. This made them even more shocked. They were well aware of the Dragon Prince's strength and trump cards. Even his opponent had been defeated. Flawless 100 Miles was indeed very dangerous. Flawless 100 Miles had a serious expression on his face. "You are Lin Wuti? Originally, I wanted to go to Holy Abyss City to fight you after the matters here were settled. Since you're here, I'll accompany you to the end." Flawless 100 Miles was still not afraid. He walked out, and with each step he took, the mountains shook and the earth shook. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "I've defeated you. The title of champion of the championship is mine. Sure, if you have the ability." Lin Xian laughed. "If you lose, you will disappear from Qingqing's sight from now on." Terrifying light burst forth from the two of them as they bombarded their surroundings. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone else's bodies were torn apart. Their faces were filled with fear as they quickly retreated. These two people were too powerful. Even a trace of their aura was not something they could withstand. The Phoenix clan leader was also surprised. He waved his hand and said, "Open the battlefield. Go to the battlefield and fight." "Okay." Flawless 100 Miles nodded. Lin Xian also soared into the sky. As an emperor clan, the Phoenix clan had the immemorial battlefield. Such a place was enough to withstand all kinds of battles. The others also followed suit. The immemorial battlefield. Two figures descended. Like two gods of war confronting each other, the heavenly rock spread its wings. Flawless 100 Miles used his ultimate skill as soon as he came up. A piercing cold light scattered. It pierced through the 9 heavens. Then, thousands of rays of light descended together. This was a peerless ability. Light of the demon god. Lin Xian waved his palm, and endless terrifying rays of light pierced through the 9 heavens. He charged forward. The two collided, and an earth-shaking sound was heard. Then he used Shadowless Heaven's net, and his speed reached the extreme. He instantly arrived behind his opponent. Azura sword technique. He stabbed out with his sword. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The people outside the battlefield felt their scalps go numb. It was this sword technique that killed 2 experts in an instant. They even guessed that it was very likely to be an emperor-level sword technique. Facing this sword technique, the people of the Heavenly Rock clan also became nervous. However, Flawless 100 Miles was still not afraid. A golden phantom appeared behind him. It was the phantom of a heavenly rock. It spread its wings and flew with terrifying power. Its wings swept and blocked the sword light, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. In the next moment, Flawless 100 Miles turned his head, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The immemorial mirage behind him transformed into sharp claws and swiped at Lin Xian from all directions. Our Heavenly Rock clan can slay dragons, let alone kill you. Flawless 100 Miles' voice was sonorous, and his sharp claws pierced through the void. He grabbed at Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the demon god seal was released. This palm had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. It was really too terrifying. The people outside were terrified. If they were to face this palm, they would probably be instantly turned into a bloody mist. It was another shocking attack. The sharp claws were shattered, and the demon god charged at the Heavenly Rock Phantom with indomitable will. Flawless 100 Miles' expression changed. He spread his wings and used his extreme speed to dodge instantly. He came to a distance. His expression was incomparably cold. In the collision, he was actually at a disadvantage. Impossible. The people of the Heavenly Rock clan gritted their teeth and roared. They really could not believe it. Could it be that Flawless 100 Miles was going to be defeated? If that was the case, they were afraid that they would not be able to accept it. Lin Xian said, "If you have any ultimate moves, use them all. Otherwise, you are not my opponent at all. What you are using should be an Emperor's divine ability, right? I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. No wonder you can compete with the Crown Prince. However, don't underestimate me. Although I don't have an Emperor's divine ability, I have an extremely powerful bloodline. Moreover, my bloodline is the ancestral bloodline. Now, I will let you see the power of my bloodline." Flawless 100 Miles' eyes shone with an extremely terrifying light. Then, endless blood-colored runes appeared on his body, and an extremely powerful force surged out. The phantom behind him became extremely terrifying. There was actually flesh and blood on it. Countless people saw this scene. They were incomparably terrified. Heavens, what is Flawless 100 Miles trying to do? Is he trying to summon an ancient heavenly rock? They were shocked. In between heaven and earth, a huge monster appeared, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter and the sky to break. The terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Even the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan were frowning. Ancestral bloodline. Flawless 100 Miles could actually reach such a level. It was too unbelievable. This bloodline was only slightly inferior to the Emperor's bloodline. This way, the other party would not be afraid of the Emperor's divine ability. In fact, he could rely on his powerful bloodline divine ability to directly crush everything. Chapter 5103. An ancient heavenly rock appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was on high alert. Lin Xian's demon god seal was shattered by the ancient heavenly rock. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The scene before him was extremely strange. The ancient heavenly rock did not appear out of thin air. It grew out of Flawless Bailey's back. In other words, Flawless Bailey's bloodline power caused the ancient heavenly rock to appear. Flawless Bailey carried the ancient heavenly rock on his back. The ancient heavenly rock did not appear completely, only a part of it. However, a pair of wings was enough to sweep everything away. He said coldly, "So what if you have a Thearcha's ability? Without the true Thearcha's ancient scripture, you are not my match." He shouted angrily and strode over. The ancient heavenly rock behind him moved quickly, and dazzling laws rushed out. It shone in all directions and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, turning into countless afterimages. He used Shadowless Heaven's net to the extreme. It was useless, which afterimages were shattered instantly. Flawless Bailey said, "Do you still have any tricks? If you don't, you have lost this battle. From now on, I will be the king of the crown." At this moment, Flawless Bailey was like a god. Lin Xian stood there with a cold expression. He had lost? What a joke! He still had many trump cards that he had not used, but he planned to use another trump card. "Today, I will let you see my trump card." Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He did not cultivate one or two Thearcha's abilities, but the demon summoning scripture. The demon summoning scripture was very magical. The reason why it was called that was because when cultivated to the extreme, one could summon a demon god to fight for them. That was the most terrifying thing about the demon summoning scripture. Now that his opponent's bloodline had returned to its ancestral state, he could summon the ancient heavenly rock. Lin Xian planned to summon the demon god to fight against his opponent. He also wanted to feel the true power of the demon summoning scripture. The laws on his body circulated, and demonic aura filled the sky, covering the 9 heavens. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a demon lord at this moment, and he was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a blurry phantom appeared behind him, like a shadow. The shadow was too blurry. It was as if it would disappear with a gust of wind. However, he appeared behind Lin Xian. The moment this figure appeared, everyone felt terrified. Their souls felt like they were about to kneel on the ground and worship it. The expression of the Tian Peng race's expert changed greatly. What was that? Could he summon it as well? Could it be that he had the bloodline of the demon race? Countless terrified voices could be heard. Even the members of the Phoenix clan were shocked. What was going on? Why do I feel frightened? Impossible. We have Emperor clan bloodlines, so why would we fear the other party? Murong Qingqing was also surprised. Her body was glowing with 7-colored light, and the phantom of a 7-colored phoenix enveloped her. What exactly did older brother Xian summon behind him? To be able to make my bloodline feel as if it is facing a great enemy? The Phoenix clan leader's expression also changed. She also had a feeling of unease. At this moment, in an ancient palace of the Phoenix clan, a beautiful woman opened her eyes. There was an extremely terrifying bloodline phantom in her body. She was the princess of the Phoenix clan, Feng Jiu. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying aura outside? Someone come. With an angry shout, a guard outside knelt on the ground and said, "Princess, what orders do you have?" Feng Jiu asked, "What happened outside?" The guard said that the Tian Peng race's bailiwick was fighting with someone, and the patriarch had opened the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, flawless 100 miles. Feng Jiu frowned. Could it be that an emperor had come? Her figure flashed as she left the ancient palace and flew into the distance. In the next moment, she arrived above the ancient battlefield. Her appearance caused countless people to raise their heads to look up. Heavens, it's Feng Jiu. Fairy Feng Jiu actually came out. No way, wasn't she cultivating in seclusion? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Although Murong Qingqing had a great reputation and was pursued by countless people, Feng Jiu was even more famous. However, Feng Jiu was even more famous because she was the daughter of the great emperor, the princess of the Phoenix clan. She was the existence that stood at the peak. The power of the other party's bloodline made everyone feel terrified and uneasy. Even the primordial, heavenly Peng roared. Feng Jiu, why are you here? The Phoenix clan leader stood up with a look of surprise. Feng Jiu said, Who is that? She stared at Lin Xian and frowned. She knew Bailey-Wuk. In her opinion, Bailey-Wuk must have encountered a peerless enemy when the ancient battlefield was opened. Only the crown prince could threaten Bailey-Wuk. She guessed that it should be one of the emperors, but after seeing the other party, she was stunned. It was not the dragon prince and the others, but a young man she had never seen before. This young man was too strange. He stood there with a monstrous demonic aura. Moreover, the demonic shadow that was summoned behind him made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She used her powerful bloodline, and even the ancient Tian Peng summoned by Bailey-Wuk roared uneasily. However, the demonic shadow did not seem to have any reaction. Could it be that the demonic shadow was not afraid of her bloodline? This was too unbelievable. She said, Who is this person? What is his background? The Phoenix clan leader said. His name was Lin Xian, Qingqing's husband. He also had a title, Lin Wudi. He was a peerless genius that was suitable for the dragon prince to be crowned on the same day. He was Lin Wudi, the champion of the crown. Feng Jiu was surprised. She naturally paid attention to the coronation. She knew that the dragon prince and another person called Lin Wudi would be crowned together. However, what surprised her was that this person was actually here, and he was Murong Qingqing's husband. This Murong Qingqing was really well hidden. Feng Jiu glanced at Murong Qingqing and frowned slightly. Although she was very confident in her bloodline, the Phoenix clan was very special. However, the seven-colored phoenix was an extremely special existence within the Phoenix clan. Once it grew up, it would also be a threat to her. Now that there was another champion of the crown by the other party's side, it was really not good. Everyone was envious of Feng Jiu's arrival. However, Bailey-Wuk's expression was solemn. He did not care at all, because he did not have a chance. The demonic shadow that Lin Xian summoned made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He felt as if a god was standing behind him. He did not turn back because he could not. Let me see the true power of the demon summoning scripture. The demonic shadow was controlled by Lin Xian, and he slowly raised his hand. One of his fingers became solid as if it was about to materialize, and he pointed it forward. Demon God's finger. Boom! Heaven and earth were collapsing, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The entire primordial battlefield was shaking violently. Oh no, this guy can't break through the primordial battlefield, right? Where did this demonic shadow come from? Everyone frantically retreated. Feng Jiu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. She probably had to give it her all for this finger. Chapter 5104. This finger attack was truly too terrifying. The ancient heavenly Peng roared crazily. It flapped its wings and charged over. This power could overturn everything. However, after meeting that finger, it instantly collapsed. The ancient heavenly Peng roared. Countless cracks appeared on its body. Then, it exploded into a bloody mist. Bailey-Wuk also spat out blood and retreated. His face became extremely pale. This ancient heavenly Peng was condensed from his bloodline power. Now that it was destroyed, his bloodline became extremely weak. He lost too much power. He retreated far away, his body shaking. This was impossible. He roared crazily. This was already his strongest trump card. However, he still couldn't do anything to it. Damn it. Why? Was he really unable to defeat it? The others were also shocked. What exactly was that black finger? What was that demonic shadow? They were all shocked, and even the Phoenix clan was frowning. Why did they feel that the demonic shadow was so dangerous? Even Lin Xian was stunned. It was so powerful. He knew how terrifying the ancient heavenly Peng was. If he wanted to destroy it, he would have to take out the heaven-swallowing jar or the great dragon sword. However, it was done with just a finger. It was truly shocking. This was just a finger. If he summoned the entire demon god phantom, no one would be a match for him. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He wanted to continue cultivating the illusion demon scripture and try to summon a more realistic demonic shadow. After attracting the demon god phantom, Lin Xian looked forward and took a deep breath. This summoning consumed a lot of his power. However, he had the sword world, so he wasn't afraid. He looked forward and said, "You lost. Fulfill your promise. From now on, wherever Ching Ching appears, you will disappear." "All right, I will do what I say." Bailey Wuck gritted his teeth. "Lin Wudi, I lost you this time. However, I will win one day." After saying that, he turned and left. The heavenly pun race quickly chased after him. Now that Bailey Wuck was seriously injured, they had to protect him. The heavenly pun race leader also said, "Phoenix friend, we will leave first." After saying that, he quickly left with his people. Was he defeated? The surrounding people were shocked. They really couldn't imagine it. Originally, they were all worried for Lin Xian. However, in the end, Flawless Bailey was defeated. Was he really that scary? Sure, Yuan Feng suddenly felt that his defeat was not unacceptable. On the other hand, the people of the Lei Dong clan were terrified. They were so scared that they knelt on the ground. After provoking such an existence, they would be in danger in the future. The elders of the Thunder Dong tribe hurriedly took out a few congratulatory gifts and said, "Lin Gongzi, we failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Let us apologize to you. I hope that young master will accept these things." With that, he placed it in the void and quickly fled with his men. Lin Xian waved his hand and used Thunderclap Hand. The elder's grandson was shredded into pieces. He screamed miserably, didn't he? "Save me." The members of the Lei Dong clan stopped, turning their heads to look. He discovered that the other party's heart and soul had been completely destroyed. Those people were terrified. Lin Xian sneered. "He wanted to kill me, so it's normal for me to kill him. Are you going to avenge him?" The members of the Lei Dong clan were silent. The leading elder laughed. "We don't dare. Let's go." Their hearts were bleeding, but they still had to smile. This was a feeling that they had not experienced for many years. Now a young man had suppressed them to the point where they could not raise their heads. The others were even more shocked. Heavens, they seemed to have witnessed the rise of a young great emperor. The other clans and sects also came over to pay their respects. In the crowd, Bai Yi, Jia Luo, and the others were stunned. Was he really the brother Lin that they knew? He was actually the One Crown King. He actually defeated Flawless Bailey. These people felt like they were dreaming. The members of the Phoenix clan were also shocked. The Phoenix clan leader took a deep breath and walked forward. "Lin Gongzi, please." She was very polite. The surrounding people were all shocked. The grand clan leader of an emperor clan was actually treating a youngster with such respect. One could imagine that the Phoenix clan also thought highly of him. "Let's go." Lin Xian held Ching Ching's hand and walked inside. Next, the Phoenix clan received Lin Xian grandly. The surrounding people also congratulated him. In an instant, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. When the matter here spread out, the world was shocked. They did not expect this Lin Xian to be so terrifying. The people of the Heavenly Rock clan had ugly expressions. The Thunder clan also gritted their teeth. They had lost all their face. They were even prepared to contact the Heavenly Rock clan to see if they needed compensation or assassination. However, there was no movement from the Heavenly Rock clan. It was obvious that the blow this time was too big for them. They could not accept that the number one genius had been defeated. The expressions of the Phoenix clan's geniuses changed, and they all smiled. They came to Lin Xian's side and proposed a toast. Previously, they were all arrogant, but now they had to smile. Because sitting on both sides of Lin Xian was Murong Ching Ching, who had the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. The other was their princess, Feng Jiu. With these two people sitting here, who would dare to be presumptuous. In addition, the strength that Lin Wudi had displayed previously was not weaker than the prince's. Everyone could only curry favor with him. You cultivate the inheritance of a great emperor, right? Feng Jiu asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, it was indeed the inheritance of a great emperor. He did not hide it. This matter had already spread in Holy Abyss, ancient city. The Phoenix clan only needed to ask around, and he did not intend to hide it. He displayed strength that was not weaker than the prince's. He did not have the bloodline of a prince, so it could only be the inheritance of a great emperor. He was not afraid of these people coming to snatch it. Whoever dared to make a move on him, he would send them to hell. Very good. I didn't expect to meet another powerful opponent. However, I hope that we can join forces. Qingqing is a member of the Phoenix clan, so you are naturally an important guest of the Phoenix clan. When the time comes, we can join forces and sweep away those princes before deciding the winner. Sure, you can discuss this matter with Qingqing. Lin Xian nodded. Although he and Feng Jiu would fight sooner or later, they could join forces and attack the other emperor races first. Moreover, joining forces with the Phoenix clan would also give Lin Xian a powerful boost. Even if the other party could not help him kill the Dragon Prince, he could still rely on the power of the Phoenix clan to restrain the other enemies. It could be said that Lin Xian was not at a disadvantage at all. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Phoenix clan with Morong Qingqing. As for the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and Little White, they went out to play happily. Lin Xian was not worried. These guys were also very powerful. About 2 months had passed, and Lin Xian had been cultivating in silence. However, the Crimson Dragon flew back. His face was covered in dust, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is too much. Kid, hurry up and come with me to save people. Chapter 5105. What happened? Lin Xian asked with a frown. He looked around and found that only the Crimson Dragon and Little White had returned. He asked, "Where's the Toad?" "It's a long story. Anyway, follow me to save the Toad first." The Crimson Dragon quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian rose into the air with Little White and followed him. On the way, he understood. It turned out that when the Crimson Dragon and the other two went out to play and look for heaven and earth treasures, they met a group of people. Those people were very strong. After seeing the Crimson Dragon and the other two, they thought that they were heaven and earth spiritual beasts and wanted to suppress them. In the end, the Crimson Dragon and Little White ran out and suppressed the Toad. Who were those people? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He wasn't sure. The aura on their bodies was very terrifying. It seemed to be yin and yang aura, but it wasn't exactly. Yin and yang aura? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that they were from the Kuan Peng clan? Thinking of this, his speed became even faster. A pair of black wings appeared on his back. Follow me. He brought the Crimson Dragon and Little White. The demon god wings flapped and turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was 10 times faster than before. In a mountain peak, endless laws condensed, and the palaces and pavilions turned into a fairyland. A woman sat there, playing a guqin. This woman's face was extremely beautiful. The aura on her body was very mysterious. It was a little holy, but also a little eerie. Around her stood figures with the same aura. Opposite her, a figure was suppressed in the cauldron. It was a toad. At this moment, it was crazily trying to escape. However, it couldn't escape. Damn it, let me out if you have the guts. I'll fight you to the death. Do you know who I am? I have a very powerful brother. You'd better let me go obediently. Otherwise, you're dead. Ever since the toad was captured, it began to roar crazily here. It was furious. It seemed that this guy wanted to cook it. The experts in front frowned. Princess, this damn toad is too annoying. Should we cripple it? The mysterious woman stopped playing the zither. She looked up and nodded slightly. Let's cook it first. This toad is a strange beast of heaven and earth, and is extremely poisonous. The poison refined from her other meridians should be a precious treasure. I know. The two guards walked over and formed a seal with their palms, spitting out terrifying flames that enveloped the cauldron. The toad screamed miserably inside. Damn, it's so hot. You're not thinking of stewing me, are you? I'm covered in poison. You'll die from the poison if you eat me. The toad roared, but to no avail. The temperature of the cauldron rose higher and higher. Is he not here yet? Damn it, what's wrong with Rizalong? He knew that the Crimson Dragon and Little White had escaped and would definitely call for Lin Xian. However, before the other party arrived, he would probably become a braised toad. At this moment, the mysterious woman spoke again. I'll give you another choice. If you obediently submit to me, become my puppet, and create poison for me every day, I can spare your life. The toad was not an ordinary demonic beast, but the poison in his body was extremely terrifying. Those great sages who were enveloped by his poison would be seriously injured and die. Naturally, such a thing would attract the attention of others. The toad roared crazily after hearing that. You want me to submit? It's not impossible. Let me out first. Let you out and then run away? Although you're cunning, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from us. Someone place a soul restriction on him. If he resists, cook him directly. As the cold voice fell, a terrifying light burst out from the eyes of the two experts. Seeing that the toad was about to fall into a very dangerous situation, a voice came from the sky. Who dares to touch him? Great, they're here. Hearing this voice, the toad laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha, I'll see how you die. How dare you offend me? I'll turn you all into battle servants later. The two experts frowned. Who is it? Go to hell. One of them raised his hand and struck the void. It was a terrifying palm, like the hand of a god, shattering the void within 1,000,000 miles. In the endless black hole, 3 figures descended. It's you. The other expert also frowned. They recognized the Crimson Dragon and Little White. They were the 2 demonic beasts that had escaped from their hands previously. They didn't expect them to return. Seems like my luck is really good. The woman in front, Yunyu, smiled. Previously, she could tell that although the toad was terrifying, the dragon and monkey bloodlines were even more extraordinary. However, the 2 of them had the means to escape. She was careless and let them slip away. She was vexed and even wanted to ask the toad about their whereabouts. She didn't expect them to return. The toad roared crazily. Good brother, you're finally here. Hurry up and kill them. They actually want to cook me. The toad was in so much pain that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian looked down and frowned. The toad was his partner. He said coldly, I'll give you a chance. Let go of my partner and kneel down to accept your punishment. Just you? When the experts below heard this, they were all stunned. Then they laughed. Is this kid retarded? Yun, you also looked at the toad and sneered. Is this the reinforcements you invited? He's just a young ant. Does he dare to fight against us? She looked up and said coldly, Do you know who we are? How dare you fight against our destiny twins? Do you not know how to write the word death? Destiny twins? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He had never heard of it. I've given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for taking action. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Stupid thing, you're courting death. An expert from the Destiny twins in front of him shouted angrily. He slapped over with his palm. The palm instantly turned as black as ink. The hand of punishment. The entire world shattered once again, and an endless black hole appeared. This attack was really too terrifying. This was a peerless divine ability. Legend had it that it could punish everything in the world. No one could escape from it. At this moment, when it was used by this expert, it was really terrifying. There was a strange power between heaven and earth. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. Damn it, this is the power. It's a little like the power of darkness, but it's a little different. Kid, be careful. They're very strange. Don't worry, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian stood there and said indifferently, The expert who attacked snorted coldly. Stupid thing. His hand of punishment had already arrived above the other party. In the next moment, the other party would definitely die. If the other party died, the 3 divine beasts would be theirs. They would use the other party's bloodline to create divine pills. Looking at the descending hand of punishment, Lin Xian raised his palm and slapped forward. There were golden flames dancing on it. The palm seemed to have turned into a sun, shining in all directions. Chapter 5106. Lin Xian's palm was like the sun, invincible. The sun shone on the hand of punishment. The cold aura on the hand of punishment collided with it, and an earth-shaking sound rang out. 2 completely opposite forces collided. That aura was extremely terrifying, and all the mountains within millions of miles were shattered. On the opposite side, the eyelids of the twins of Destiny clan twitched wildly. This guy was so terrifying that he could block the hand of punishment. It was too unbelievable. Suddenly, their pupils shrank. They found that in the fierce collision, the hand of punishment burned and turned into ashes. How was this possible? They exclaimed in disbelief. The hand of punishment was so terrifying that it could even suppress and extinguish flames. But now, the other party's flames burned their divine ability. What was going on? The powerhouse who attacked also retreated. His arms turned into ashes, and his face became incomparably ugly. The surrounding twins of Destiny clan were all stunned. That young man just casually threw out a palm and broke their great divine ability. What kind of power was this? Great. The crimson dragon laughed, and the toad roared crazily. Humph, now you know how powerful my brother is. I've already told you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. Now just you wait for my wrath. Lin Xian stepped in the air and looked down. He said coldly, "What other tricks do you have? Show them all." "Damn brat, don't be arrogant." The twins of Destiny clan roared. Yun Yu also stood up. She looked up at the sky. For the first time, she seriously sized up the other party. It turned out that the other party was not an ant. He was a top-notch expert. She said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you want to become enemies with my twins of Destiny clan? I advise you not to do so." "So what if you're from the twins of Destiny clan? How is the Tianpeng clan compared to your clan? Their clan can't do anything to me, let alone you." Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The Tianpeng clan couldn't do anything to the other party? What a joke. The Tianpeng clan was a clan of the ancients. They were very terrifying. They were in existence second only to the great Emperor clan. His clan's #1 genius, Bailey Wuck, was an expert who could compete with the crown prince. It was rumored that he had a high chance of becoming a true great emperor. The other party actually dared to say such big words. How laughable. Yun Yu also shook her head and sighed. "Young master, although you have some strength, you can't be compared to others. But you think too highly of yourself." Just how vast was the Jadoth continent, with countless geniuses. Experts were as common as clouds in the sky. How many can you block? Not to mention the entire heavenly rock race. Even that #1 genius, Flawless Bailey, is not someone you can contend against. Those who could compete with Flawless Bailey were all imperial princes. On this continent, there were definitely no more than 5 people. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You still don't know that Bailey Wuck has already lost, right? So what if he lost? He didn't lose to you. The person who defeated him was even more powerful. The only one who could contend with Flawless Bailey was the Phoenix clan's princess, Feng Jiao. Then there was Lin Wudi. Do you know who Lin Wudi is? He defeated the Dragon Prince and was crowned as the King of One Crown. Can you contend with such a person? To be honest, they didn't believe it either. Previously, Yun Yu and the others had made a trip to the underworld. When they returned, they heard the news of Flawless Bailey's defeat. At that time, they thought that someone was joking. After careful investigation, they found that Flawless Bailey had indeed lost. The one who defeated Flawless Bailey was a person called Lynn Moody. They had also investigated this person and found something even more shocking. The other party was crowned together with the Dragon Prince and had even injured the Dragon Prince. He could be said to be a young, great emperor. In the sky, the Toad and the Crimson Dragon wanted to laugh. The Lynn Moody that the other party was talking about was standing in front of them. Ridiculous, these people actually didn't know. The Destiny twins coldly snorted. Who do you think you are? The Imperial Prince or Lynn Moody? If you aren't, you don't have the qualifications to contend with us. We have 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. The expert, who had his arm burned, stood out. Why are you talking nonsense with him? I want to kill him with my own hands. I was just careless before. He was indeed careless because he had never put Lin Xian in his eyes. He just didn't expect that the other party would have such a terrifying flame. Now that he was careful, he didn't believe that he would lose again. An extremely terrifying aura bloomed from his body. Holy radiance. So what if the other party had the power of extreme yang? Not only did the Destiny twins have the power of cold, but they also had the power of holy. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an angel, holy, and made people look up to him. Another palm struck out. Palm of purification. The palm that was like a god slapped over. It was completely different from the previous palm of punishment. Brat, let's see what your flame can do to me this time. He let out a sinister laugh. The Crimson Dragon and the others sneered. He really didn't know what death was. Did Lin Xian only have the 9 yang divine flame? These people would regret it. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He snorted coldly and pointed out with his finger. Demon God finger. Under this finger, demonic energy overflowed into the sky. A terrifying aura tore through the 9 heavens. The holy palms that filled the sky were instantly engulfed. No, the powerhouse who attacked wanted to escape, but in the end his glabella was pierced through by the finger. His body and soul were destroyed. He was dead. The surrounding people were shocked and couldn't believe it. Their companion was also a top-notch powerhouse. He was an extremely terrifying existence in the middle stage of the Supreme Sage realm. But now he was killed by the other party with a finger and no longer existed. What kind of method was that? The surrounding powerhouses felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Yun Yu's expression also changed. If the other party was an old monster, she wouldn't be surprised at all. But the other party was too young. Such a person had such strength. It was something that she couldn't imagine. Who are you? She shouted in a delicate voice. Lin Xian sneered. You look smart, but why are you so stupid? Can't you even guess who I am? Lin Xian looked down like a demon god. Yun Yu's expression became incomparably ugly. She wasn't stupid. He was a top-notch genius. She could naturally see that the other party's strength had reached an unparalleled level at such a young age. The other party was a supreme youth. Such a person was already no different from the Crown Prince. And the other party wasn't the Crown Prince, so there was only one person. It was Lin Moody. The only supreme youth who had risen up now was Lin Moody, who had just defeated Flawless Bailey. The other party appeared in this place again. There was definitely no mistake. She gritted her teeth and said, You are Lin Moody? The other powerhouses of the Twins of Destiny were also shocked after hearing this. They sucked in a cold breath. They had previously said that the other party treated the other party as a supreme youth. They didn't expect that they would offend the other party now. Chapter 5107. So you're Lin Moody. Yun Yu's beautiful eyes flickered. She sighed. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. Take your friends and leave. Is that it? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. You attacked us before, and now you want us to leave with just a sentence? Aren't you too naive? The Toad jumped out and sneered. That's right. I said before that if you offend me, you'll have to suffer my anger. Now, obediently cripple your arms and hand over your storage rings. Then, kneel on the ground and wait for my orders. What? As soon as these words came out, the Destiny twins were furious. Are you courting death? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Yun Yu's expression was also cold. Lin Wuti, I admit that you're powerful and have the strength of an emperor. But so what? No matter how strong you are, you're just one person. Can you fight against the entire Destiny twins? Our family strength is not something you can imagine. If you offend us, it won't be difficult for you to die. Are you threatening me now? Lin Xian also laughed. There are many people who threaten me. Even the Thousand Dragon Dynasty wanted to kill me back then, but they still didn't succeed. My brother is right. If you dare to attack them, you have to be punished. Are you going to cripple your own arms and kneel down to die? Or do you want me to do it? You're courting death. The members of the Twin of Destiny clan were furious. The two of them instantly charged over. One of them struck out with the hand of punishment, while the other struck out with the hand of holiness. Shattering heaven and earth, they charged towards Lin Xian's head and heart. Lin Xian sneered. Scram! He waved his sleeve, and a terrifying sword light covered the sky and earth. These sword energies were incomparably cold. They tore through the 9 heavens and instantly shattered the two's divine abilities. The two of them also vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. The Crimson Dragon said, Kid, leave the people around to me. I'll leave the woman below to you. Be careful, she's very strong. The Toad also shouted angrily, I'll play with you. He shot out poison that filled the sky and killed the surrounding Destiny twins. The Crimson Dragon even used the spirit vein under the ground, turning it into an extremely terrifying spirit vein power. He killed his way out. A great battle broke out in an instant. Lin Xian walked forward and stared at Yun Yu. Yun Yu's expression was cold, without the slightest fear. A cold, murderous look appeared in her eyes. Lin Wuti, let me ask you, have you ever been to hell? You even know about this? Lin Xian was stunned. Yun Yu's eyes instantly turned red. It was indeed him. It seems that there are not many people named Lin Wuti in the world. You were the one who killed the dead Ling Yuan. How did you even know about this? Lin Xian was even more surprised. You're from the underworld? Yun Yu snorted coldly. The dead soul's abyss was engaged to me. Since you killed my fiancé, don't blame me for being impolite. I will use all of my power to kill you, and I will not hesitate to mobilize the experts of the older generation. Lin Xian smiled. The dead soul's abyss had been killed, and they deserved it. As for you, can you leave today? Lin Wuti, you are too arrogant. You underestimate me too much. I'm also a top-notch genius, and I even dare to compete with the Empress. Today, I'll let you see the power of the Destiny twins. Yun Yu was also a top-notch expert. However, Lin Xian had only been in the Yuheng continent for a short time, and he did not know about the geniuses of the Yuheng continent. Yun Yu's reputation was that of a genius, and her existence was like a pearl. Her reputation was not inferior to Bailey-Wuck's. At this moment, Yun Yu waved her hand and slapped forward. A large black crack appeared in front of Lin Xian. There was a cold and gloomy aura on it, and it wanted to swallow Lin Xian. The Destiny twins. Lin Xian now understood that these two opposite powers were like the power of yin and yang. He was not afraid. Looking at the huge black crack, he also stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers closed, and a terrifying flaming palm covered the sky. It was like a towering mountain, and it was as if the god of fire had reached out and grabbed the entire space crack. The palm exerted force, and the entire crack split into pieces. Then his body swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of his opponent. You can also try my strength. He threw out a punch. 6-path fist, shattering heaven and earth. Feeling this terrifying power, Yun Yu's body kept swaying. She seemed to have turned into moonlight, and her movement was abnormally ethereal. She shouted angrily, but she did not escape. Instead, she fought with Lin Xian. The laws danced in the air, and divine abilities emerged one after another. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian was shocked. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed terrifying. When the two opposite powers were combined, they appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Moreover, the two powers seemed to be able to merge. It was indeed beyond his imagination. This woman was indeed a top-notch genius. The Destiny twins were indeed worthy of their reputation. However, Lin Xian laughed. Your strength is not bad, but it's only on par with Bailey Wuck. Even he was defeated. Do you think you can win against me? How dare you look down on me? Yunyi roared and threw out both her palms. One was as black as ink, and the other was as holy as an angel. The two palms slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's fist pressed forward with indomitable will. At the same time he waved his hand, an endless sword light appeared. Tens of thousands of sword lights blocked the palms that filled the sky. Then he struck out again. Azura sword technique. This sword caused Yunyu's glabella to almost split open. Her expression changed drastically. Not good. This was a sure-kill sword. How could the other party have such a godlike attack? She quickly retreated. At the same time, she formed a law clone in front of her to block this sure-kill sword. The law clone was split into two. A drop of blood dripped down from the sky. It was also black and white. Yunyu's face was pale, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was injured. Lin Xian was surprised. Not bad. She could actually dodge the Azura sword technique. You are indeed a top-notch expert. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed many terrifying great sages with the Azura sword. However, the other party could easily dodge and only suffered some light injuries. Not good. The princess was actually injured. The Destiny twins, who were fighting the Crimson Dragon in the distance, were also shocked. Was this Lin Xian already so terrifying? This was not good news. Lin Wuti, you actually dared to hurt me. You have completely angered me. Now, I will let you see the strongest technique of my Destiny twins. She used the power of her bloodline to the extreme. At this moment, half of his face was pitch black, and the other half was divine. My Destiny Gemini clan worships the good twin and the evil twin. They are our ancestors. Now, I will let you know the power of the good and evil. As she spoke, two blurry images seemed to appear behind her. They were two statues. One had ferocious fangs, like a demon from hell. The other was like an angel, ascending to immortality. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely sharp light. What a terrifying bloodline power. This was the first time he had seen it. I hope you won't disappoint me. The corners of his mouth curled up. Show me all your methods. Yu snorted coldly and fell into hell forever. The evil son behind her waved his hand. It was as if he had struck out hell, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. Chapter 5108. The terrifying abyss of hell swallowed Lin Xian. Yu snorted coldly. Everything was over. In the distance, the people of the Twin of Destiny clan also laughed wildly. You dare to go against our princess, you will definitely die. The evil sun in the sky wanted to put away the abyss of hell. However, at this moment, a sword light soared into the sky and flew out from the abyss of hell. Then it fell mercilessly. The surrounding heaven and earth shattered, and the abyss of hell was split into two. Lin Xian walked out from inside. Sword energy surrounded his body, making him look like a sword god. I have passed through the real 18 levels of hell and can come out calmly. Not to mention the abyss of hell that you have evolved. It can't suppress me at all. Is this your evil son's method? It's only Essa. How is this possible? Did he escape? The people of the Twin of Destiny clan were shocked. The Crimson Dragon and the others sneered. How do you ants know how powerful he is? Yunyu's face was also cold. The abyss of hell was actually unable to do anything to the other party. Then purify. You are a demon. I will destroy your heart and soul. On the other side, The virtuous son formed a seal with his palm and formed a purification bottle. The mouth of the bottle drooped down, and endless light swept through the 9 heavens like the Milky Way. The demonic chi that filled the sky was shaken and quickly dissipated. One had to admit that this purification bottle was really terrifying. Lin Xian seemed to feel a huge suppression. There seemed to be a force that was about to restrain him. He snorted coldly, and the demonic chi on his body disappeared. It instantly turned into a flame of extreme yang that burned fiercely. The 9 suns divine fist struck over, together with the 6 paths fist. The monstrous flames and terrifying fists shattered heaven and earth. The virtuous sun's phantom and the bottle in his hand also shook. It seemed that they would shatter at any moment. This was an earth-shattering battle. Yunyu felt a huge pressure. She had never seen such a terrifying person. Moreover, the other party was like her, able to transform into the sun war god and terrifying demonic shadows. How could she contend against such an existence? Lin Xian attacked and suppressed the virtuous sun. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword towards the evil sun. One person against 2 forces. Boom! At this moment, the power of the 6 Tao fist shattered the virtuous child like reincarnation. The holy radiance that filled the sky was torn apart and scattered all over the ground. Haha, one down. The crimson dragon and the others laughed. The toad also roared in delight. Let's see how you'll die this time. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the evil brat. It's time to deal with you. The sword Qi was like a dragon as it charged forward. The great battle erupted once again. The evil child was suppressed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying light suddenly appeared behind him. Then a palm strike came. Lin Xian never thought that someone would appear, and it was so terrifying. In an instant he was sent flying. The demonic chi on his back was torn apart, and a terrifying crack appeared on his body, almost piercing through his body. Boom! The boundless earth in front of him shattered, and Lin Xian was drowned in ruins. With a boom, Lin Xian charged out once again. Golden dragon blood dripped down from the sky, letting out a series of roars. His back was a blur, and his internal organs were injured. Not good, the crimson dragon roared. Little White was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Who was it? They took a closer look and were stunned. They saw a statue that was incomparably holy, as if an angel had descended. It was the virtuous child from before. How was this possible? They shouted angrily. Wasn't this thing torn apart by Lin Xian previously? Why did it come out again? Lin Xian's face was also cold. He couldn't understand either. Yunyu sneered. It's useless. Do you know why we're called the twin of destiny? As long as one is alive, the other can be reborn. Lin Xian understood. If the evil child didn't die, even if the virtuous child was shattered, it would reappear. It was really terrifying. No wonder the other party was so confident before. Lin Xian's face was cold. Then I'll kill them all. Yunyu sneered. Do you have the ability? She activated the virtuous child again and charged over with the evil child. Lin Xian shouted angrily and fought in all directions. This time, a huge seal appeared in his hand. It was incomparably terrifying. The demon god seal swept across heaven and earth, beating the evil child until he kept retreating. The hell's abyss in his hand was also shattered. At this moment, the demon god seal erupted with power and directly suppressed the evil child. Lin Xian held the hellfire dragon sword and charged towards the virtuous child. One was suppressed, one was killed, and the other was killed in an instant. However, at this moment, the evil child self-destructed, and the demon god seal suppressed the ground. Soon, he reappeared from another place. It's useless. I've said it before, unless the 2 of you perish together. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill them, and you won't be able to kill me. So difficult to deal with. Toad! And the others frowned. Even Lin Xian's expression was cold. Wasn't the other party's survival state even more terrifying than the Emperor's? That was impossible. A golden light appeared in his eyes. He carefully probed and found that after these two shattering, the other party's aura was much weaker than before. In other words, the other party couldn't recover indefinitely. When the other party's strength was used up, this effect would disappear. Then he would directly kill the other party until they had no strength left. Lin Xian attacked again. Following that, the virtuous and evil children were killed or suppressed a few more times. After 5 times, Yunyue's expression became incomparably ugly. Not even half of the power in her body was left. Only 1/3 was left. If this continued, she would be finished. He roared and took out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his storage ring. She swallowed all of them. Her strength was erupting. It was useless to try to exhaust me. Our trump cards and resources are enough to support us. Lin Xian didn't attack again. The other party was right. With the other party's identity, the resources in her hands would definitely not be small. There might even be several worlds to rely on. This way, it would be impossible to exhaust the other party. Haha, you don't have any other moves, right? I said that you can't do anything to me. Yunyue's expression was cold. As long as you leave, I will mobilize the great saints of our Gemini clan to hunt you down, until your body and soul are destroyed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a terrifying power of reincarnation suddenly erupted from his eyes. Yunyue's body trembled, and her soul seemed to be torn apart. No, she roared crazily, and the phantom of the virtuous sun instantly fused into her body. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The virtuous sun roared towards the sky. Yunyue retreated into the distance. She vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and blood flowed out of her eyes. She looked ahead and gritted her teeth. Technique, damn it, you want to control me? It was too dangerous. If she didn't have the virtuous and evil children that she could summon at any time, she was probably really controlled by the other party just now. Lin Xian frowned tightly. He found that he had indeed controlled her. However, he was controlling the phantom of the virtuous sun. The other party's methods were very strange. With a cold snort, the power of reincarnation killed the virtuous sun. This caused Yunyue's aura to weaken again. But soon, the virtuous sun was summoned again and surrounded her. Lin Wuti, it's time for me to counterattack. Chapter 5109. Yunyue's cold voice sounded, and the virtuous sun behind her condensed a sacred sword. The evil sun condensed a devil blade. The sword and saber attacked, sweeping across heaven and earth, and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. To be honest, if it were other experts, they would have been defeated by him. But because the virtuous sun and the evil sun were the twin of destiny, unless they were killed instantly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to end this battle. An extremely terrifying light appeared in his eyes. I don't believe it. You can always recover. An extremely terrifying dragon-shaped phantom appeared on the Hellfire Dragon Sword. That was the aura of the great dragon sword soul, which transformed into the dragon battle sword. Together with the Hellfire Dragon Sword, it slashed over. The sword collided with the sacred sword and shattered the sacred sword. The virtuous sun was split into 2 halves. It was useless. Yunyue sneered and continued to attack. But soon, she realized that something was wrong. This time, the virtuous sun didn't recover instantly. Instead, it took a long time. How was this possible? Yunyue was stunned. Why did such a thing happen? Did she lose her powers? She then took out a storage ring, which contained over 1,000 pills. She swallowed them. Any great sage who saw these pills would go green with envy. After swallowing these pills, her exhausted strength instantly recovered. Again, with an angry roar, she attacked again. Lin Xian continued to wave the Hellfire Dragon Sword, and the dragon-shaped sword aura surged and slashed towards the evil sun. The evil sun was split into 2 halves, and the recovery process was even slower. What was going on? Yunyue roared in horror. Her current strength was at its peak, but the situation was worse than before. "Damn it, what did you do?" she roared. Lin Xian smiled. The great dragon sword soul was invincible and extremely sharp. Even if it was the virtuous sun and the evil sun, it would be difficult for them to recover. Thinking of this, he continued to use the great dragon sword soul, and more dragon-shaped sword aura surged and condensed. The virtuous sun and the evil sun were injured more and more. In the end, Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the great dragon sword soul. He slashed with the sword. This time, the virtuous sun and the evil sun were completely shattered and couldn't recover. Puff! Yunyu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. A crack had appeared between her brows. His entire body was almost split in half. How could this be? She roared crazily. In addition, the people of the Twin of Destiny clan were also stunned. What the hell is going on? His opponent's sword chi was too cold. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? Do you still think I can't kill you? Damn it. Yunyu was enraged. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying radiance erupted from her eyes. Between her cracked eyebrows, a pair of eyes appeared. One was as black as ink, while the other was as bright as the sun. His eyes, which were completely opposite, pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian felt as if his soul was about to be penetrated. His chi and blood roiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. What was going on? The Crimson Dragon and the others were shocked. Brat, are you all right? The toad also jumped up. Yunyu snorted coldly. Her voice was no longer pleasant to the ears. Instead, it had become low and hoarse. Stupid thing, you actually dare to go against me? Do you think you have what it takes? The ancestor had descended. When the powerhouses of the Twin of Destiny clan saw this scene, they all prostrated on the ground. They kept kowtowing. In front, Yunyu stood there, and a terrifying light condensed on her body. Her power had become even more strange than before. She stretched out her claws and grabbed forward. And go to hell. The Crimson Dragon and the others cried out in alarm. They wanted to go forward to help, but they were sent flying by a slap. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. How did this guy's power become so strong? They were shocked. He was probably possessed by something. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red. In an instant, this palm enveloped Lin Xian. It was over. The deep voice chuckled. Pooh! The sound of a dragon rang out. The sword chi was like a dragon, directly slashing on this palm. A sonorous sound rang out, accompanied by a mournful scream. That palm quickly retreated. Blood dripped from it. The entire palm split from the middle. Lin Xian retreated as well. Sword aura circled around him. She said coldly, I didn't expect you to hide such a thing in your body. It's just a wisp of aura. Do you really dare to fight against me? Kill. The dragon-shaped sword chi was displayed to the extreme. That terrifying phantom kept retreating. In the end, it directly hid in Yu's body. A crazy roar sounded. Damn it, what kind of power is this? An invincible power. Did that sword appear again? He was angry. This power actually suppressed him. Lin Xian snorted. Do you think I can't find you if you hide in there? He used the heavenly secret, divine eyes. A pair of godlike eyes looked down from the void. The fire of reincarnation. An extremely terrifying flame descended. The fire of reincarnation locked onto that phantom. Crazy roars came from inside. One moment, the death aura was monstrous as if it had turned into hell. The next moment, there were tens of thousands of rays of light. Everyone was shocked by the horrifying scene. I've found you. Destroy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Yunyu, on the other hand, became terrified. She could feel her life force slipping away quickly, but she couldn't resist at all. At this moment, there was a powerful force controlling her. Was she going to die? She realized that she was going to die in the hands of the ancestor she worshipped. At this moment, there was even a trace of desolation in her heart. Their Destiny Gemini clan worshipped two totem-like figures, the good and evil ones. Only the top geniuses and experts in the clan would be favored by these two old masters. The aura of the ancestor was hidden in the body. It would only appear when one's life was in danger. Usually, Yunyu couldn't sense it, but now she realized that this aura was too strong. Once it was summoned, it wouldn't be under her control at all. Even if she could kill the enemy, she wouldn't be able to survive. It was uncertain whether this body was hers or not. This was their ancestor. Wasn't he supposed to protect them? Why did he want to destroy them? There were tears in her beautiful eyes. Damn it. The power in Yunyu's body burned, and she launched a shocking attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of him and rotated rapidly. The laws of yin and yang condensed. Do you think you're the only one who can use this power? Suppress him. The Tai Chi diagram rotated rapidly. The good and evil ones roared crazily. He felt that he was being torn apart by two forces. In the end, the two of them were completely enveloped by the Tai Chi diagram and suppressed in different spaces. Break through space. Two voices sounded. However, at this moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow pierced through the 9 heavens. It instantly killed the two of them. Roar. And you dare to hurt my clone? I won't let you off. The roar overturned heaven and earth. In the end, it disappeared. Lin Xian's face was pale. He didn't expect this battle to be so dangerous. He almost fell for it. What kind of secret was the Destiny Gemini clan hiding? Chapter 5110. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, there was another change in front of him. The broken good and evil sons actually appeared again, which made Lin Xian frown. Back then, he pierced through two figures with one sword, and there was still a time difference. Could he revive them with just this little time difference? Did he really have to kill them at the same time? In front of him, the good and evil sons that were condensed were very weak. Kid, I won't let you go. He enveloped Yunyue and turned to escape. Want to escape? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Seal for me. The Taiji diagram flew out again and kept spinning, enveloping the good and evil sons respectively. This time he sealed them. It's useless. You can't kill me. He roared crazily. But this time, Lin Xian didn't plan to kill him. After sealing him with the Taiji diagram, Lin Xian used the power of the heaven-swallowing jar to form a whirlpool and swallowed the Taiji diagram. No, feeling the power of the heavens swallowing earth. The good and evil sons roared crazily. However, he was still completely swallowed. This time, the aura between heaven and earth disappeared. How was it? Did he kill him? In the distance, the Crimson Dragon and the others flew over and asked quickly. The previous battle shocked him. It was even more terrifying than the battle between Lin Xian and Bailiwick. They weren't dead yet. Lin Xian shook his head. They weren't dead yet. I used the Taiji diagram to suppress them and the heaven-swallowing jar. They couldn't escape. Moreover, these were only 2 clones. What? Were the clones so powerful? The toad was surprised. In the distance, the people of the Twins of Destiny knelt on the ground and roared crazily. Ancestor. They were even more shocked. Although these were clones, they were the clones of their ancestor. To be precise, they were the clones of their ancestor. The Twins of Destiny were born from the very beginning. They thought that they were the descendants of the good and evil sons. Now, the clones of their ancestor were suppressed by a young man. This was too unbelievable. Had this young man already reached such a terrifying stage? Kid, what do you plan to do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Whitey also jumped over. Lin Xian gave Little White a spirit fruit and said, I want to see his real body. What? You want to see their real bodies? This was too dangerous. That was an existence akin to their ancestors. The toad also said, You will anger the entire twin of destiny. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I'm going to study their powers. It can make my Taiji diagram even stronger." The Taiji diagram possessed the power of yin and yang, which was one of the world's origin powers. However, as Lin Xian learned all kinds of secret techniques and mastered the power of reincarnation, Lin Xian was able to become a powerful cultivator. There was also the inheritance of the great emperor. The Taiji diagram could no longer keep up with his strength, so he rarely used it. However, Lin Xian knew that it wasn't that the Tai Chi diagram was weak, but that it was very difficult for him to greatly increase the power of the Tai Chi diagram, unless he had a lot of yin and yang energy. This time the good and evil children might be able to improve his Taiji diagram. This way, he could become even stronger. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to make a trip to the Twin of Destiny clan. Even if he couldn't find the ancestor, he had to find enough power to improve his Taiji diagram. What about those people? Lin Xian turned his head and looked. He used the Shadowless Heavens net and the Azura sword technique to kill them. Those people resisted and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian used the demon god's wings, and his speed was extremely fast. In the end, the 7 members of the Twin of Destiny clan fell. There was only one person left. It was Yunyu. At this moment, Yunyu was incomparably weak. She fell to the ground, her face filled with despair. Previously, the good and evil children he summoned had already burned his strength in order to escape. He was severely injured. It was impossible for him to even escape now. Was he going to die here today? Yunyu was unwilling. He could be said to be the top in the family and was thought highly of by the patriarch and ancestors. Yunyu even felt that he could compete with the emperor. Moreover, he did have such strength. This was a person who was going to become a great emperor in the future. Was he going to die here now? And this Lin Wudi, he had never taken him seriously before. He even promised the undead race that he would take revenge. But now he was going to die in the hands of the other party. How ironic. Lin Xian said, "Do you want to live?" Hearing this, Yunyu's body trembled. Her empty eyes suddenly lit up. "You're willing to let me go?" He was so excited that he was trembling. "Impossible. What are you plotting?" Lin Xian smiled. "What do you think of what happened before? Do you think the good and evil children you summoned were really protecting you?" Hearing this, Yunyu fell silent. She gritted her teeth and said, "You want to sow discord and make me betray the family?" "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Do you think you won't be suspected after you go back? I've already suppressed those 2 people, and you can still go back alive. Won't your family suspect you?" "Damn it," Yunyu shouted angrily. "I can prove my loyalty to the family." Lin Xian smiled, and then the ancestor's clone would be planted, using your body as nourishment, providing power for the ancestor. In the end, you're just a pitiful worm. Don't say any more. Yunyu roared crazily. This matter had a deep impact on him. As a top genius, he naturally noticed it. What did the family treat her as? Treated her as soil? At the moment of crisis, she would be consumed. She even felt that this was a conspiracy from the beginning. What were the good and evil children trying to do? Lin Xian said, "Has your Destiny Gemini clan never suspected? Could it be that there were no geniuses and powerhouses who died inexplicably before?" As soon as these words came out, Yunyu's heart trembled. She remembered something. That was that in the past 10,000 years, there had been several times when the top geniuses of their family had inexplicably died. In the end, they couldn't even find a trace and were treated as unsolved cases. Not only was the Destiny family surprised, but even the entire Yuhun continent was puzzled. Everyone was looking for it, but they couldn't find it at all. Now it seemed that it was very likely that the good and evil children did it. Could it be? Yunyu was terrified. Lin Xian said, "It depends on your strength. The Destiny Gemini clan should be the top of the younger generation. Haven't you thought about your fate? Join forces with me, and I'll give you a chance to live. What do you want? Yun gritted her teeth and said, If I join forces with you, will you let me go? You don't understand our destiny, family. Lin Xian said. Then do you understand me? You've even summoned the ancestor's clone, but it's different. You can't do anything to me. Believe me, I can control your fate. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and the power of reincarnation was displayed. Yun Yu's soul shook. She felt as if the other party was a god looking down on her. At this moment, she became incomparably small. What kind of eyes did he have? It was too terrifying. Chapter 5111. Yun Yu felt that she was about to collapse. Under this pair of eyes, she couldn't resist at all. Could it be that she was going to become the other party's puppet? But after waiting for a while, she realized that the other party didn't do anything to her soul. This surprised her. Lin Xian said coldly, The two ancestors you respect are very strong. If I plant a soul restriction on you, they will discover it in an instant. So I won't do anything to you. As for whether you want to cooperate or not, I will only give you one chance. If you cooperate, I will let you go, and we will work together. If you object, I will destroy your soul now. Yun Yu was surprised. Aren't you afraid that I will agree first and then go back on my word? Lin Xian smiled. It seems that you still don't understand me. If you do this, no matter where you escape to, or the depths of the universe, even if you have the entire Fate clan to protect me, I can still send you to hell. Lin Xian's voice wasn't soft, but it was filled with infinite confidence. Yun Yu's heart trembled. She didn't doubt that the other party had this ability. Fine, I will cooperate with you. Yun Yu gritted her teeth and said, There was no other way. She was still young. She didn't want to die. If she went back like this, she would be suspected by the family. There was even a possibility that the ancestor would plant another clone. This way, she wouldn't be able to control herself. She didn't want such a fate. As a top expert, she even had the chance to become a great emperor. How could she be willing to be controlled by others? Although she was cooperating with Lin Xian now, she was also being led by Lin Xian. But she was different. Lin Xian wouldn't have any restrictions on her, so she still had a chance in the future. Comparing the two, Yun Yu decided to be the other party. Sighing, Yun Yu smiled bitterly. It seemed that even if the other party succeeded, she wouldn't be able to stay in the family in the future. That meant that this time when she went back, she had to obtain enough resources and escape immediately. Or even escape from this star world. Go to the depths of the universe and wait for him to fully mature before returning. Get up and recover from your injuries first. Then we will go to your Fate clan's territory. The Fate clan. They occupied endless territory and even had endless worlds in their hands, because they were a top desolate ancient family. At this moment, in the Fate clan's territory in an ancient palace, it let out a crazed roar. The surrounding void shattered, and the nearby forest collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The demonic beasts outside prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the members of the Fate clan were terrified. The elders all stood up. What was going on? What happened? Not good. A few guards ran out, their bodies trembling. This was the ancestral hall. The voice came from the ancestral hall. Damn it, something has happened. Hurry up and inform the patriarch. Countless people began to move. A few figures quickly descended in a majestic hall as the sky and earth bobbed up and down. They were the elders of the Fate clan. These people looked panicked. Old ancestor, something bad has happened. Their voices rang out. In the main hall, a man opened his eyes. This man had a white face and no beard, and he looked like a scholar. However, the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. The two phantoms exuded completely opposite powers. It made one's heart crumble just by looking at it. The stars in the man's eyes were extinguished, and the terrifying heaven and earth anomaly in the sky disappeared. All of it entered his body. He said in a low voice, "What's the matter?" I heard a roar coming from the ancestral hall. Did something happen? Hearing this, the Fate clan leader's expression changed. What did you say? This time he was no longer calm. He instantly appeared outside the main hall. Let's go. Their figures flickered and they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the ancestral hall. This was an old house. It was unusually simple, and it gave off a desolate aura. Here, everyone was cautious. Usually, no one could enter this place, except for a few elders and the patriarch. The other guards were also standing guard outside. But today, everyone was here. It was just that no one dared to enter. Let go, the patriarch is here. A voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw the patriarch and a few core elders walking over. Seeing the patriarch, they quickly bowed. Patriarch, please go take a look. An elder advised Fate. The patriarch nodded and walked in with a cold expression. The others could only watch with their eyes wide open. The few core elders also stopped. The Fate clan leader walked in himself. The ancestral hall was a little dark, and it wasn't as small as imagined. It could be said that the space was incomparably vast. Half of the heaven and earth in the ancestral hall was holy, like a paradise on earth. The other half was pitch black, like the 18 levels of hell. It was like the boundary between Chu and Han, clear and distinct. The Fate clan leader walked over and stood at the boundary. He looked forward and said respectfully, he didn't know what had disturbed the patriarch. Why was the patriarch so angry? Buzz. The statue of the good son appeared in the paradise ahead. The statue of the evil son appeared in the 18 levels of hell. The two statues seemed to have come to life, and their eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light. Their voices rang out as well. Someone actually destroyed my clone, and even suppressed it. This is unforgivable. What? The patriarch's clone was destroyed. That's impossible. The Fate clan leader was also surprised. He knew how terrifying the patriarch's clone was. It was impossible for it to die. It was even impossible to suppress it. But now someone did it. Damn it, I don't know. After my clone was suppressed, I couldn't send any information. But I know whose clone was destroyed. It was Yunue who found him. He had to find out who did it. He had to tear that person into pieces. Yunue. The Fate clan leader was even more shocked. Didn't Yunue leave the family to go to the underworld? Could it be that something happened during this period? Just who was it that made this move? He guessed that it was someone who could make their patriarch so shocked. Probably only a few top, remote antiquity families could do it. It might even be a peerless expert of the emperor family who did it. Regarding this matter, they didn't seem to have offended these people. There was no need to care about their identity. This time, even if it was the emperor's son who did it, he wanted to bring that person over. I want to let him know the consequences of offending me. The statues of the good son and evil son roared crazily. The surrounding mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the sky full of multicolored light dancing in the sky, made the Fate clan leader's scalp tingle. He hurriedly lowered his head. Patriarch, don't worry, I'll send someone to find him. After saying that, he walked out respectfully and left the ancestral hall. Only then did he raise his head. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. The people outside were waiting. When they saw the patriarch come out, they all walked up. What was going on with the patriarch? Those elders were hiding their doubts. An extremely sharp light burst out from the Fate clan leader's eyes. Eighth elder, come here. Chapter 5112. An old man walked out from the crowd with a puzzled look on his face. He was the eighth elder. Why is the patriarch looking for me? Where is Yunue now? The patriarch asked. The eighth elder was stunned. Yunue was his granddaughter and also a top genius of the Destiny Twins clan. She was the pride of their bloodline. The eighth elder was still happy at this moment. It seemed that their patriarch really cared about Yunue. He smiled and thanked the patriarch for his concern. Yunue had gone to the underworld and had already returned. She should be able to return to the clan in a few days. Send a message and tell her to come back immediately. Then bring her to see me. Don't waste a moment, understand?" The eighth elder nodded in understanding. What happened to the patriarch? The Destiny Patriarch said that he would know when Yunue came. Hurry up and go. The eighth elder quickly went to act, and the other people also dispersed one after another. The Destiny Patriarch stood there with his hands behind his back. His eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. Yunue was still alive, but the clone in Yunue's body was broken. It was really strange. Who exactly was it that had such a method? Could it be that those old monsters of the monarch race really made a move? It shouldn't be. There was more than one monarch race, and they all restrained each other. Their clan was different from the sacred realm, so they wouldn't attract the crazy attacks of the monarch race. Moreover, so what if there was? He was extremely confident in their patriarch. As long as the Destiny twins didn't die at the same time, they could be reborn endlessly. This was their greatest ability. On the other side, Lin Xian and Yunue were ready to take action after joining forces. Before going to the Destiny clan, he first returned to the Phoenix clan. After informing Murong Qingsheng, he set off with Yunue. This trip would probably take 1 or 2 months. On the spirit boat, Lin Xian and the others were cultivating inside. Yunue was seriously injured and hadn't fully recovered yet. However, to her surprise, Lin Xian recovered in a few days. She was shocked. What kind of healing method was this? It was terrifying to such an extent. Could it be that the other party had some secret method or shocking, heavenly treasure? She wasn't sure. She felt that the young man in front of her was a cloud of fog that she couldn't see clearly at all. After flying for more than a month, a deafening sound came from the front. Someone was blocking their path. If you want to pass through here, hand over your storage rings. Inside the spirit boat, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad opened their eyes. Someone actually dared to rob them? Did he have a death wish? Just as they were about to make a move, an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Extremely terrifying lightning pierced through the 9 heavens, shocking the 2 of them. Damn, they were experts, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Xian opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out to take a look. They walked out and saw many people hovering in the sky outside. They had lightning on their bodies, as well as this cold and gloomy power. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Lin Xian said coldly. "Brat, you don't even know us. We are from the Leihan clan. If he wanted to go over, he would have to obediently hand over all his treasures. Do you want to go to hell? You choose one." A piercingly cold voice sounded, and there were hundreds of figures standing around. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful. The Toad snorted coldly. "Humph, what kind of Leihan clan is this? How dare they rob people? How shameful. Has your family become so poor? Damn it, do you want to die?" The people from the Leihan clan were enraged. He slapped his palm over, and a white thunderbolt streaked across the sky. Wherever it passed, it would first freeze and then shatter. The Toad was shocked and quickly dodged. "Damn, you have some skills. Let me spar with you." He wanted to make a move. At this moment, the experts in the surroundings also surrounded them. Lin Xian and the other 2, while the other party had more than 30 people. Such a huge disparity made the people from the Leihan clan sneer. Lin Xian's face darkened. It seemed like they were going to make a move. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the black earth behind them. "Stop! Who dares to meddle in our business?" The people from the Leihan clan shouted angrily. They looked into the distance. Someone sneered. "Oh, what a beautiful woman. We are in luck today. After killing these 3, this woman will be ours." A few of the young saints began to laugh. They stared at Yunyu with greed in their eyes. However, at this moment, an elder looked over and his pupils constricted. The next moment, a slap landed on the faces of those young sages. A few of them were sent flying, and their faces were smashed. "Elder, why did you hit us?" Their faces were filled with bewilderment. They were all stunned. The great elder kicked a few more people, and they were smashed into pieces, screaming in pain. The elder said, "Do you want to die? Don't you know who the other party is? Kneel down." The few young people's broken bodies recovered, and they were so scared that they knelt on the ground. They were terrified. Who was that woman in front of them? How could she make their elder so scared? Under their shocked gazes, the elder of the Lehan tribe ran over with a smile on his face. "Greetings, Fairy You. I didn't expect you to be here. We were really blind. Please spare us, Fairy You." The elder almost knelt on the ground. The young warriors behind were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This woman's background was too big. He was actually able to make their elders act so respectfully. "Who is she?" Yin Yu sneered. The Lehan clan was so arrogant. "You don't even care about the Destiny Twins clan? Seems like you want to be exterminated." "No, we don't dare to." The elder quickly shook his head. "I'll take care of them now." He waved his hand, and the 3 young men who spoke arrogantly were captured. Then their souls were destroyed by the elder. The rest of the people from the Lehan clan were so scared that their bodies were trembling. The Twins of Destiny were much more powerful than them. They couldn't stand the fact that the other party wanted to attack them. The elder of the Lehan clan cried, "Fairy You, please spare us. Our clan is in a war with others, and our clan's resources are almost depleted. That's why we came up with this plan. We didn't know that we had offended you, Fairy You. Please spare us." The rest of them also begged for mercy. "Please have mercy, Fairy You." Yun Yu, on the other hand, was expressionless. She ignored him and looked at Lin Xian. She said respectfully, "Master, how should we deal with this matter?" The people from the Lehan clan were stunned, especially the elder in front. He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Who was Yun Yu? He knew very well. The Destiny Twins clan was also the top genius of the younger generation. She was an existence that couldn't be offended. But such a fairy was so respectful to the young man in front of him. Who was this young man in front of him? After thinking about it, he could only think of one possibility. Emperor's son. Only the son of a great emperor could be so terrifying and suppress Fairy Yunhua. He actually wanted to attack such a person? He was about to faint. Chapter 51:13. Lin Xian squinted his eyes as he looked at the people in front of him. "Let's do as they say. Hand over all your storage rings and treasures, and you can live. Otherwise, you'll all go to hell." The moment he said that, the Lehan tribe's faces changed. They didn't hesitate to rob because they were running out of resources. Now that they had to hand over their remaining resources, wouldn't that be asking for their lives? They hesitated. Yun Yu snorted. "Why? Mister has already spared your lives, and you still dare to resist? Do you want to die?" "We don't dare." The Lehan tribe shook their heads. If they angered Yun Yu, none of them would be able to live. Old Zhang said, "Quickly hand over your storage ring and all the treasures on you." In the end, the dark red divine dragon collected the mountain of treasures and storage rings and went back in high spirits. The Lehan tribe looked at the back view of the group of people as they left. They were so regretful that they cried. This time, they really kicked an iron plate. Haha, what a great harvest. It was an unexpected joy. The Crimson Dragon started to classify the storage rings and treasures. Even Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at Yun Yu. "Looks like you're famous." Yun Yu lowered her head. She didn't dare to. Compared to Mr., her reputation was nothing. Mr. was the one who truly shocked the world. It was just that young master was elusive, and they had eyes but failed to recognize him. Lin Xian smiled. To be honest, he was surprised. With her identity, it would be hard for her to adapt to becoming a servant. However, Yun Yu didn't seem to be bothered. It seemed like this woman's desire to live was beyond his imagination. This way, he could control her better. She'd better not play any tricks with him. Otherwise, he would make her regret being born in this world. The group of people continued to fly. A month later, the spiritual boat stopped. Yun Yu looked ahead and said, This is the territory of our bloodline. Is it? Then let's go. Lin Xian knew that as a top clan of the ancients, the core elders had their own territories. They even had many worlds in their hands. These were their powerful resources and foundations, but Lin Xian was not afraid. Lin Xian had witnessed a truly peerless battle. Back then, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had used this kind of battle to destroy Spirit Realm. No matter how much power you have, no matter how many worlds you have, everything will be destroyed. Only personal strength was the most important thing. Lin Xian wanted to walk the same path. I don't care what family you're from, or what power you're from, I'll break it all by myself. After flying for less than 2 days, the spirit boat was stopped again. Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon also said, "Hey, don't tell me you were robbed in your own family's territory." Even Yin Yu was furious this time. Who was so blind? She said, "I'll go out and take a look." "Young master, don't worry." Yin Yu walked out, followed by the Crimson Dragon. He was afraid that the other party would run away. When they got out, they saw 3 war chariots parked in front of them. Figures flickered on the chariot. One of the women walked over. "Sister Yinyu, you're back?" This woman was also very beautiful. There was a rune between her eyebrows. She was also from the twin of Destiny clan. Yunling, the open and secret fights between such a big family were very terrifying. After all, no one wanted to be overshadowed by others. Moreover, status was related to resources. When talent was similar, the more resources one had, the better one's future achievements would be. Therefore, in such a big family, every genius was basically an enemy. Or rather, an enemy. Previously, Yunyu's talent was unparalleled. She suppressed the other geniuses and couldn't even raise their heads. Although everyone was angry, they didn't dare to show it. They could only smile every day in order to curry favor with the other party. Now it was different. The patriarch personally asked Yunyu to go back. It was even related to the old ancestors' madness. They felt that this was an opportunity. "Yunling, how dare you speak to me like this? Do you want to die?" Yunyu emitted a biting cold aura. In the surroundings, the members of the twin of Destiny clan were trembling. They wouldn't forget what kind of woman she was. She was like a queen. Offending her would end up worse than death. Therefore they trembled. Yunling, who was in front, sneered, "You're really as arrogant as ever. But unfortunately, you're no longer the same as before. Do you still think you're high and mighty like a goddess? It's useless. You've angered the patriarch and he'll send you back. Now, grandfather has also received the order. You'd better follow me obediently. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't be injured. After all, as long as you don't die, I'll have completed my mission." Her eyes were emitting an extremely sharp killing intent. She had long wanted to make a move on the other party. Now was a good opportunity. Yunyu was indeed mad. At the same time, she was shocked. It seemed that the family had already known the news. Were they going to make a move on her directly? Men, suppress them. Yunling waved her hand, and the powerhouses on the surrounding chariots all walked down. A terrifying aura enveloped Yunyu. Yunyu snorted and slapped out. 2 people were sent flying, and their bodies were shattered. Yunling sneered, "You dare to make a move? Men, you guys make a move too." She was really too happy. If the other party left obediently, this might be a misunderstanding. But now, the other party directly made a move on the family. This had already broken the rules. He could also make a move without any scruples. Seeing the surrounding people rushing over, Yunyu snorted. The sacred sword and the devil's blade appeared in her hands, and she swept them in all directions. How could these people be her match? Soon they were sent flying. Even Yunling was trembling in fear. "Damn it, what do you want to do? Do you dare to make a move on me? I'm here on grandfather's order. Do you want to rebel?" Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying with a slap. A handprint appeared on his handsome face. She screamed in horror. "Damn it! How dare you make a move on me? I'll fight it out with you." She summoned the sacred sword and the devil's blade and attacked. But she was defeated in 3 moves. Her body was split into 2. No, Yunling screamed in horror. Was the difference really that big? She had always been unconvinced by Yunyu. But now, it seemed that the other party was really too strong. She had far surpassed her. Yunyu snorted coldly. An ant like you dares to challenge me? No matter when, you're no match for me. As she spoke, she destroyed the other party's soul with a sword. Everyone had died. Yunyu's expression was really ugly. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and said, "It seems like your Destiny Twins race has already started to make a move." "Yes, young master, what should we do?" "We have to act quickly." Yunyu knew how terrifying the family was. Those who came were just some trash. Next, they would send out some experts. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to fight against the entire family. Chapter 51:14. Lin Xian said, "Then let's go. I want the power of the twins. Bring me to it. As for you, you should need enough resources. We'll take what we need and leave here as soon as possible." Since she had decided to separate from the family, Yunyu would not hesitate. Heaven said that other than the family headquarters, there were 4 other places that had the power of the twins. They were given to the 4 core elders. My grandfather is from the 8th elder's line. He is one of them. In our family's ancestral hall, there are statues of the good and evil. Other than that, the rest of the elders are only worthy of enshrining scrolls. I don't think you're interested in the power of the scrolls. Why don't you attack the 4 statues? Okay. Lin Xian's eyes also shone brightly. Let's go. As they spoke, they sped up. The black earth turned into an extremely cold black lightning. It quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, in the hall of this land, an elder stood there with an extremely cold expression. There were many experts around him. They were all from the same line. At this moment, someone rushed over from afar with a broken jade pendant in his hand. The soul pendants of the people sent out were all broken, including Yunling's. No, a middle-aged man roared crazily. He was Yunling's father. Who would have thought that Yunling would also die? Damn it, Yunyu did it. Impossible. Another man roared crazily. He was Yunyu's father. He looked at the elder and said, "Father, you will never betray the family." The elder in front was the 8th elder. He also sighed. "I also don't want him to betray the family, but the current situation is very strange. We have to find Yunyu and let him bring him to the patriarch. Otherwise, our line will be in danger. Men, attack. Send out elite forces to bring Yunyu back. We have to ensure Yunyu's safety. At the same time, no matter who it is, kill all the people around him." Yes. After receiving the order, the surrounding people began to move. Yunling's father, Yun Xiao, personally led a group of people to move out quickly. Not long after they left the mansion, they stopped. This was because they discovered that there was an extremely terrifying bolt of lightning in the distance, and then stopped in the air. It was a spirit boat. In the next moment, they saw a few figures walk out of the spirit boat. When they saw it, they were extremely shocked. Yun Xiao gave a cold smile. "It seems like I don't need to look for it." The news was immediately relayed by the guards below. 8th elder, Fairy Yunyu has returned. So fast? The 8th elder was surprised. Lord Yun Xiao had not gone out yet. Fairy Yun Yu had returned on her own. There were 3 people following him. Hearing this, the expressions of the experts in the hall changed. Was he really being threatened by someone? Who were those 3 people? What kind of aura did he have? The bodyguard said that he didn't know. For now, everything was unclear. Among them were 2 demonic beasts and a youngster. What? Everyone around him was stunned. From their point of view, these 3 people should be unparalleled experts or super almighties. After all, it was only because of the other party that they had such means. But now there were actually young people. What was going on? Let's go out and take a look. These people walked outside. At the same time, Yun Shao snorted coldly and attacked. Yun, you kept him alive and suppressed him. As for the rest, kill them without mercy. The experts of the Fate clan rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Some of them were covered in holy light and struck out with terrifying holy swords. Holy light. Some were as terrifying as demons. They attacked from all directions. There were vengeful spirits from hell. All kinds of attacks came from all directions. Damn, you want to kill us? Do you want to attack? Lin Xian said with a cold expression. Attack, don't hold back. Since he had been discovered by the other party, he wouldn't be polite. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and punched forward. The terrifying power, along with terrifying flames, directly rushed over. More than 10 experts in front were pierced. Their bodies were enveloped by flames and turned into ashes. He was actually so powerful. The surrounding people of the Destiny clan were stunned. Who was this young man? Even Yun Shao was shocked. The other party killed more than 10 experts with a single punch. He could be considered the top among the younger generation. But so what? This was their territory. Even if he was a dragon, he had to coil. He roared, and more experts rushed over. At the same time, he also rushed over. The toad roared angrily and spat out poison all over the sky. Wherever it passed, the Destiny clan's people's blood boiled and their faces turned black. Many fell from the sky and screamed miserably. Although they wouldn't die, this feeling of hovering between life and death still drove them crazy. The Crimson Dragon was even more terrifying. He summoned the dragon saber and slashed in all directions. Although the Destiny clan was incomparably terrifying, they weren't immortal. Only the extremely top experts were difficult to kill, such as others like Yunyu, although they had also cultivated the good and evil twins. But with Lin Xian's methods and absolute arts, it wasn't a problem to kill these people. Not long after, there were mountains of corpses around. Many members of the Destiny Gemini clan died, and the others were extremely terrified when they saw this. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Yun Shao also shouted angrily. These subordinates were all carefully trained by him. He charged towards Lin Xian and condensed a holy palm. It was like the hand of an angel that descended mercilessly. Lin Xian shouted angrily and punched out the 6 paths fist to contend with the other party. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and Lin Xian was forced back. On the other side, Yun Zhao's entire arm split open, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, why is he so strong? Yun Shao went crazy. Who is he? He was about to become a saint, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. The power of the other party's punch was too terrifying. Damn it, which force is it? Is it the great emperor's family? While he was hesitating, Lin Xian and the others had already charged forward. Since they made a move, they wouldn't passively defend. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad took the lead. The Toad used poison. The Crimson Dragon's dragon blade slashed in all directions. In addition to Little White's dizziness, these people charged forward and directly killed a bloody path. Ha 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 ha, satisfying. I haven't fought a big battle for a long time. The Toad spat out poison and laughed loudly. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. I'll let you see Bin Huang's strength. A dragon blade was enough to cut through everything. As for Whitey, it appeared and disappeared mysteriously and collected all the storage rings of these fallen people. Yeah, baby, there are spirit fruits inside. This is not good. He complained as he picked them up, making the surrounding people vomit blood. Yun Shao shouted angrily and charged towards the 3 of them. Lin Xian stopped them with a sword. Want to leave? Your opponent is me. As he spoke, he pointed at the other party's glabella